Our continent faces many challenges. Challenge to fight and defeat poverty and underdevelopment. The challenge is to fight conflict and war in order to establish peace. The challenge is to overcome preventable diseases and provide health for all. The challenge is to address matters of cooperation, integration, unity among all of us as Africans. The challenge is to master the sciences, to make sure that as Africans we are part of the fourth industrial revolution. Challenges of managing diverse societies, therefore to live up to such concepts as unity in diversity. Challenges of governance, of making sure that we govern ourselves in a manner that respects the principle that the people shall govern. We govern ourselves in such a way that indeed we overcome the challenges that I've spoken of. It's exactly in this context, in that context, that the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the University of South Africa, Unisa, got together and agreed and decided that there must be established this Thabo Mbeki African School for Public and International Affairs. Because in the view of the university and indeed of the foundation, our belief is that the intelligentsia is a very important asset for our continent in terms of addressing the challenges I've spoken of. And therefore, here we have now this school. It is being staffed with some of the best brains on our continent, even from the diaspora, focused especially on these particular challenges to produce the people, the intellectual cadres, the intellectual combatants who are going to be able to help to empower our continent to be able to respond positively to these challenges. It's a project on which I think all of us as Africans should be very proud, because it's not just a center of learning for the sake of learning, but it's a center of learning, of research, of being able to produce the knowledge, the ways and the means, the understanding which will make our continent to achieve its renaissance.
The TM School is committed to reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures, accelerating transformation in the face and aftermath of COVID-19, and as well ensuring that Unisa advances African intellectual knowledge systems and is not only limited to thinking about publishing as conduits, but also through the invention of structures, systems, products, and processes which advance human flourishing, dignity, and ecological sustainability, whilst attentive to the fourth industrial revolution and its demand.
The name Thabo Mbeki conjured upon a devotion to the African Renaissance and a desire to grow a new breed of Africa critical and intellectual leadership that would become the engine for transforming the African socio-political landscape, such as to nurture the African mind to achieve the true task of freedom that the founding fathers and mothers of the Pan-Africanist movement yearned for. The partnership was formalized by a memorandum of agreement in 2010, and that immediately led to the establishment of the Thabo Mbeki African Leadership Institute. It also brought into Unisa a number of initiatives started by President Mbeki while he to advance the key elements of his ideas and philosophy about Africa, peace and development. These included SADC, IGD, the Africa Day and Women's Day lectures, which constituted the intellectual project of the Mbeki years.
The Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs is a magnet of excellence. The vision is to create an African global and futuristic school of public and international affairs, with a mission to become a beacon of excellence in balancing theory and practice in knowledge production utilization through a transdisciplinary approach. Develop and educate leaders that solve complex problems in Africa and beyond. This requires a collaborative, innovative environment where respect care for human beings and excellence are grounded on core values.
The school will offer both formal and non-formal programs, which will include a master and a PhD in public and international affairs, short learning programs, and customized executive-level training workshops. Our curriculum and scholarship is designed to affirm Africa as a legitimate site of ideation, innovation, and knowledge production. It is therefore undergirded by African philosophies, epistemologies, and methodologies. Through its formal postgraduate program, we want to develop and train students in high-level transdisciplinary research in public and international affairs. We want to educate and train students to contribute to the development of knowledge at an advanced level. Our students should be able to think critically, analyze and solve policy problems in order to become impactful leaders for the public good. We aim to produce well-rounded, sophisticated, ethical and resilient graduates who can function in complex environments. This will be led by a world-renowned faculty that is agile, research active, technologically savvy, and futuristic in thinking. The complexities of the 21st century requires that we also produce high-quality research that is impactful and at the cutting edge of scholarship to help us solve the problems on the continent and beyond.
Africa, our continent, faces many challenges. Challenge to fight and defeat poverty and underdevelopment. The challenge is to fight conflict and war in order to establish peace. The challenge is to overcome preventable diseases and provide health for all. The challenge is to address matters of cooperation, integration, unity among all of us as Africans. The challenge is to master the sciences, to make sure that as Africans we are part of the fourth industrial revolution. Challenges of managing diverse societies, therefore to live up to such concepts as unity in diversity. Challenges of governance, of making sure that we govern ourselves in a manner that respects the principle that the people shall govern. We govern ourselves in such a way that indeed we overcome the challenges that I've spoken of. It's exactly in this context, in that context, that the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the University of South Africa, Unisa, got together and agreed and decided that there must be established this Thabo Mbeki African School for Public and International Affairs. Because in the view of the university and indeed of the foundation, our belief is that the intelligentsia is a very important asset for our continent in terms of addressing the challenges I've spoken of. And therefore, here we have now this school. It is being staffed with some of the best brains on our continent, even from the diaspora, focused especially on these particular challenges to produce the people, the intellectual cadres, the intellectual combatants who are going to be able to help to empower our continent to be able to respond positively to these challenges. It's a project on which I think all of us as Africans should be very proud, because it's not just a center of learning for the sake of learning, but it's a center of learning, of research, of being able to produce the knowledge, the ways and the means, the understanding which will make our continent to achieve its renaissance.
The TM School is committed to reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures, accelerating transformation in the face and aftermath of COVID-19, and as well ensuring that Unisa advances African intellectual knowledge systems and is not only limited to thinking about publishing as conduits, but also through the invention of structures, systems, products, and processes which advance human flourishing, dignity, and ecological sustainability, whilst attentive to the fourth industrial revolution and its demand.
The name Thabo Mbeki conjured upon a devotion to the African Renaissance and a desire to grow a new breed of Africa critical and intellectual leadership that would become the engine for transforming the African socio-political landscape, such as to nurture the African mind to achieve the true task of freedom that the founding fathers and mothers of the Pan-Africanist movement yearned for. The partnership was formalized by a memorandum of agreement in 2010, and that immediately led to the establishment of the Thabo Mbeki African Leadership Institute. It also brought into Unisa a number of initiatives started by President Mbeki while he was to advance the key elements of his ideas and philosophy about Africa, peace and development. These included SADC, IGD, the Africa Day and Women's Day lectures, which constituted the intellectual project of the Mbeki years.
The Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs is a magnet of excellence. The vision is to create an African global and futuristic school of public and international affairs, with a mission to become a beacon of excellence in balancing theory and practice in knowledge production utilization through a transdisciplinary approach. Develop and educate leaders that solve complex problems in Africa and beyond. This requires a collaborative, innovative environment where respect, care for human beings, and excellence are grounded on core values.
The school will offer both formal and non-formal programs, which will include a master and a PhD in public and international affairs, short learning programs, and customized executive level training workshops. Our curriculum and scholarship is designed to affirm Africa as a legitimate site of ideation, innovation, and knowledge production. It is therefore undergirded by African philosophies, epistemologies, and methodologies. Through its formal postgraduate program, we want to develop and train students in high-level transdisciplinary research in public and international affairs. We want to educate and train students to contribute to the development of knowledge at an advanced level. Our students should be able to think critically, analyze and solve policy problems in order to become impactful leaders for the public good. We aim to produce well-rounded, sophisticated, ethical and resilient graduates who can function in complex environments. This will be led by a world-renowned faculty that is agile, research active, technologically savvy, and futuristic in thinking. The complexities of the 21st century requires that we also produce high-quality research that is impactful and at the cutting edge of scholarship to help us solve the problems on the continent and beyond.
Almost ready. So there will be the president, the principal of the university, and other dignitaries will be joining us shortly. I'm just waiting for a signal. As soon as I see the signal, then I'll ask you, with the due respect, to stand up. Because I know in this hall, you have dignitaries from all walks of life. And that is why I'm saying, with respect, I will ask you to rise. And then once they are here, then I'll also announce that we get seated. So that is the drill. Most importantly, I made sure that when I come to this podium, my phone is on a mode that doesn't disturb. So if we can all make sure that our phones do not compete with any speaker, then we are going to have a very excellent interaction and conversation. So I believe that any moment now, the procession would come through. And while we wait for the procession, let me also apologize for us starting late. We were actually checking the entrance, and we realized that a lot of people were still queuing outside. And therefore, we had to make sure that we delay a bit until everybody is inside, and then we can start. So my eyes are actually on my right, which should be your left, looking for that important signal. As soon as we have it, then you must know that the most important event is about to start. Stevens? Okay. Yeah, sign language works, eh? So I'm doing some sign language communication today. Maybe. All right. I believe we are ready. Let's all rise. The procession is coming through. Here they come. All right, I'm sure the president and the principal are on their way. We can even cheer them up as they come. Yes. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Good afternoon once more, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by acknowledging the presence of the former President of the Republic of South Africa, Ntate Thabo Mbeki. Let me go further and acknowledge the the principal of the University of South Africa, Marona, Mepuleng, Professor Linkabula. Let me also acknowledge the top management of the university, the management of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Now, the University of South Africa, the oldest university, the gogo of all universities in South Africa and in Africa, has a packed schedule of events. Now, every year, in this very busy schedule of events, we always accommodate the conversation with the former President of the Republic of South Africa, who also happens to be the Chancellor of this university. And again this year, in the very first quarter of the year, we have had a similar event, the conversation with the President. And that conversation didn't disappoint as well, because we had people coming from all walks of life, we had people coming from all corners of South Africa to come and be with us. And most importantly, let me also acknowledge the presence of members of the diplomatic corps, because these are very significant people who always come and support us in an event of this nature. After every conversation that we're having with the president, we always look forward to the next. And I remember vividly the previous one that we had. There was somebody who was coming from the Northern Cape and asked a question, and he said, I drove all the way from the Northern Cape and I wanted to ask this question. So while this is our calendar event, it has also become a calendar event for so many South Africans. And for that reason, we also have to acknowledge you, the participants in this event. Most importantly, let me, in my introduction, also take you through briefly the program so that we can start with the participants who are listed in the program. Some of you may be having the program and we may have those who don't have it. We will have the welcome and remarks by Professor Edith Paswana, and then we'll move on to have message from Professor Pulen Lenkabula, the principal of the university, who will also introduce President Mbeki. We will also then have a moderated panel discussion with the patron. It will be moderated by Professor Sfiso Ndlovu. He will be talking to about 3 postdoctoral fellows who are part of the conversation with the president. And thereafter, we're going to have question and answer session, and then we'll close, and the closure will be given by David Lutswalo. Now, without wasting more time, I'm going to invite Professor Edith Paswana to come and give the welcome remarks as well as an overview. Professor, you're welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Program Director, Professor Mello. Good afternoon. The Chancellor and Patron of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, and our former President, Thabo Mbeki, the Chair of Unisa Council, Madam Principal and Vice Chancellor, and the entire top management of the University of South Africa, members of the Diplomatic Corps, colleagues, support staff, students, alumni of Unisa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We want to welcome you this afternoon to this important occasion at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. And we want to say this is your event. This is the public event and also the students' event here at the University of South Africa. And just to take you through a brief history, the TM School is the result of a public-private partnership between the University of South Africa and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. This public-private partnership was established through a memorandum of understanding which was signed on the 12th of October 2009. So which means the partnership between Unisa and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation has been here for a long time, more than a decade. In 2019, the Council of Unisa and its partners, the TMF, or the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, deemed it fit to establish a graduate school of significance at the University of South Africa to offer masters and PhD, as well as executive programs to the people of South Africa, of the continent and beyond. The school was to embody the leadership qualities, the vision, and the values of former President Thabo Mbeki. And it was also to contribute to the African Renaissance or renewal of the African continent, and thus position itself as a continental school which should impact the world. Its mission has always been to train leaders who will solve complex problems in Africa and beyond. The founders have a strong belief that the social agenda of Africa is different from some of the rest of the world. And to counter the social ills that confronts the continent, a different approach to how we educate and education was necessary. And this is why the emphasis has always been on African philosophies, African epistemologies, and African methodologies. This has been at the core of the founding of this partnership. And this partnership also has resulted in various entities that continue to impact the world, including here at home, South Africa. The Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center, where artifacts of various thought leaders on this continent are going to be housed in Killarney, and many of them are already here. Some of them, they came through the ship from the UK, from elsewhere, where African products or African knowledge products were housed outside this continent. And the Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center will be able to do that for us. And another important project of this partnership is what we call SADET, the South African Democracy Education Trust. And this was established as a project trust after President Thabo Mbeki indicated his concern about the paucity of historical material on the arduous and complex road to South Africa's peaceful political settlement after decades of violent conflict. So if you have read a volume called The Road to Democracy, please know that it comes from this project of SADET. Our school, the TM School, its vision is to create an African, global, and futurist school of public and international affairs on the African continent, and to become this beacon of excellence in balancing theory and practice in knowledge production, utilizing transdisciplinary approaches, and also to develop and educate leaders that will solve complex problems in Africa and beyond. We have 9 focus areas at the school. If you are interested to come and study with us, please know that if you are interested in the ills of this continent, we have a program for all the ills, because this partnership or even the creation of the school came from people who sat at the helm of power at the AU, head of states that had interacted with President Mbeki to be able to identify the problems of the continent and seek to know how can they be addressed. The first one is citizenship and development. The second one is public leadership studies. And we also teach peace and development studies, the study of government affairs, urban and regional studies, simulation and futuristic studies, security and intelligence studies, sustainable livelihoods and natural resource management, international and diplomacy studies. And as you can see from the list of the focus areas, they are highly contextual, dealing with the problems that the continent faces. And if you are here as a business person or as someone from civil society who is interested in collaborating with us, these are our areas of collaboration. For academics, we host the journal, a reputable journal that is internationally recognized, called the International Journal of African Renaissance. We host the Africa Day lecture every year on the 25th of May. We host the annual International Women's Day, 8th of March every year, and we have been doing this for over the past 10 years. We host these conversations, the ones that you are attending today, twice a year. Any form of collaboration, if you see how you can contribute, even to the projects that I've already talked about, and if you are a business person and you are interested in contributing to the development of Africa and to the renewal of Africa, please approach us, speak to us, and see how you can collaborate or partner with us on some of these events. We also have for academics a distinguished professor program which is related to catalytic niche areas of Unisa, the 10 catalytic niche areas, which we have identified a few at the school, and we have policy science and technology, which is under the 4th IR and digitalization as a catalytic niche area of the school. We also have marine studies. So if you are an expert in this room tonight or listening online, and you feel you have to give something, please join us and contact us, and we will see your credentials and be able to see if you can become part of us. The feminist, humanist Bosadi theorization is also another catalytic niche area, which you need to also know that we host here at the school. We also host a biennial conference every year for academics. They should also know that. And we also have a postdoctoral program for those who have just finished their doctorate and are wishing they see that their studies also align with what we do here at the TM school. And as I was speaking about the 10 catalytic niche areas, and I just want to emphasize them because they are very important to the university. The first one is marine studies. The second one is aviation and aeronautical studies. The third one is automotive. Fourth is energy studies. The fifth one is space study and square kilometer array. The sixth is fourth industrial revolution and digitalization. The seventh is natural science, biotechnological studies. The eighth is health studies or medicine. You know, we are ODEL, we are open distance, and Unisa over time, it did not have a medical school, but we are looking forward to create a niche in this area. Feminist, womanist, theorist Bosadi, and the last one is student support and core curricular activities. And these are the catalytic niche areas of the school, of the university. We only participate in the three that I have already mentioned. We welcome you. We hope you enjoy the conversation. We have put a panel of some of our postdoctoral fellows who will be interacting with the President before we can allow you to have your interactive session with the President. And we just want to say thank you for supporting the TM School always. We look up to you, and we always know that you will be with us and the University of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Paswana, for representing the school as well as the university so well. If you are writing a test on marketing, you'll pass it with flying colors, because you were able to tell the development of the school, where do we come from, and most importantly, inviting our guests to either study or rather collaborate with us in whatever way, or rather the research areas, the catalytic niche areas that we are working with the university, and some of them are located within the school itself. Most importantly, after the welcoming remarks as well as the overview, we are now going to move to another very important item on the program, and that would be the invitation of the principal of the university, Professor Pulen Kabula, to come to the podium to give us an overall message and also to introduce the president. Thank you so much. Welcome, Marona.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sanbonan, Molo, Afshen, Jambo. Assalamu alaikum. Khatum. Oh my God. Thank you very much, Professor Mello. Let me take a cue from Professor Paswana, who has already acknowledged our table of precedents, but also those of you who have learned from President Mbeki. The protocol is also an important aspect of learning diplomacy. So I will start by acknowledging yourself, Professor David Millo, the Acting Director of Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, our Program Director this afternoon. Let me acknowledge His Excellency Dr. Thabo Mbeki, the Chancellor of the University of South Africa and the former President of the Republic. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the members of management, MENCOM of the University of South Africa present here, Professor Mahanu, Ms. Nakene, Professor Sputa, and all others who are participating virtually, the deans of the colleges, executive directors, academicians, administrative and professional staff of the University of South Africa. We recognize the diplomatic corps who are pillars and support of this environment, and we also recognize Ambassador Nhlapo amongst the participants, or at least the audience this afternoon. And of course, members of the national, provincial, local government, political parties, civil society representatives of various organizations and the business community, members of the university epistemic communities, and students who are participating in person, but also virtually, friends of the University of South Africa, alumni of the university, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends of the university, our students, represented by the Student Representative Council and the students themselves. Once again, good afternoon. It is my true honor and privilege to in support of the welcome that Professor Pasano would have already shared with you, to really welcome you to the University of Leaders, the University of the Land, the university that has been in the center of co-constructing the pursuit of freedom through knowledge and science. And as such, we are quite appreciative that the second and last session of the conversation with President Mbeki, one of the most important dialogical learning opportunities in an epistemic space that is hosted by the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs here at Unisa main campus is taking place. I think we always look forward to the engagement with President Mbeki, to draw from our own wells. As Audre Lorde would say, it is essential for us to draw from own wells, even as we contrast, compare, and ensure that our knowledges intersect with other knowledges. We're quite privileged, President Mbeki, that you make yourself available to engage, especially with youth and young adults in our society through the University of South Africa, and as well to create an intergenerational encounter where those of you who fought for the liberation of this country, who were at the center of the development of the democratic dividend, who also saw the fault lines of the transitions of our country and are co-constructing interventions to ensure that South Africa, the continent, and the contribution of Africa to the global arena still makes sense for Africans, even as we negotiate, in many ways, our own economic and political transformations. So we're truly appreciative for your availability and for always making yourself available for our students. We also extend and express our deepest appreciation to the patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, the Chancellor of Unisa, the former president who's always, at all times in the calendar of the university, makes time. Colleagues, I'm not sure how many of you would witness the number of activities that President Mbeki has really aided and enabled all of us to interact, to learn, and this generosity is quite appreciated, not just when you officiate on graduations, but the source that is at the core of what it means to being a university. That idea of learning from you and with you on concrete experiences, as well as the theoretical insights that you deem insightful for our imagination of the future. Since the establishment of the TM School, which started initially as Thabo Mbeki African Leadership Institution, which we now know as the TM or Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs. The University of South Africa is striven to provide this platform, the public conversation. And this platform of deliberation, ideation, critical scholarship, engaged reimagination and looking back into the archives as we imagine the future becomes even more important. We also need to underscore that learning and teaching aspects, as well as the research enablement of this platform, is part of the commitment of engaged university, even as one of the core pillars of revised strategy of the University of South Africa, which speaks to the idea of pivoting engaged scholarship with global impact. The purpose of a university is to learn from community in as much as it teaches within community. It is an important dialectic that ensures that our curriculum and pedagogies remain grounded and organic in society in which we live, but even as it also tries to transform society. So we can't just be organic. We must also change the inputs, insights, and ideas of society, not as a monolithic, but in multidisciplinary ways. Former leaders in the private and public sector form part of the body of work that must be studied and engaged by students and academics alike. And this could be for purposes of research, for teaching and learning, and of course for innovation and reimagining and reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. It is extremely important, therefore, that our university operates within the above with society simultaneously, and to ensure that we analyze our society. And we don't just numb ourselves with analysis. We also invite inventive spirit for the transformation of those aspects that are not life-affirming for our societies. I believe in the milestones of the 30 years of democracy and freedom. We need to take stock of the past 3 decades and to see where we come from, where we are, and what ought to go on, and what had to be removed. More importantly, I believe these conversations about the past, the present, and the future need to take place everywhere, in the taxis, in the buses, in the trains, in the churches, in the schools, in community halls, social clubs, and everywhere. I believe that it is our role, and especially of youth and young adults, to ensure that they don't just reflect about the quality of the pictures they take for the selfie, but they contribute on what inventive spirit as they interact with one another, whether in the digitals or in the contact systems, how they can transform their own society and inherit the legacy of democracy that has been bequeathed them, and ensure that future generations after them benefit concretely. You know why I'm saying this? The participation of youth and young adults in the past election is one area that we as universities, but youth and young adults, must engage on. Is it because of the contestation of the validity or value of democracy? Or what are the areas that we must be addressing? These are some of the questions I believe we need to look into. When we think about public life and the future of South Africa and the continent, we need to think and do more about reclaiming the 21st century as an African century, and in part, what we mean when we say we have to reclaim our intellectual futures. At a practical level, the task to reclaim the 21st century as an African century means that we must engage with the current world order and see how we can change the grand questions of our societies here at home, but also in the world as part of international solidarity. Among other things, this means we must take human and economic development seriously, because the only way that we can reclaim the 21st century is if we invest in intellectual, human, technological, and physical infrastructures to develop our continent and to defeat poverty, inequality, marginalization, and conflicts. And it is why, as Unisa, we believe that through the TM School, we are training leaders who solve complex problems in the continent and beyond, and in particular, who are attentive to the value propositions of the philosophies of civilizations and knowledge systems of Africa, even as they are proficient with other knowledge systems. I hope we can preserve and use this platform as truly educational and emancipatory opportunity to reflect around what needs to be done and to expand freedom, opportunity, and economic justice or transformation for our societies here at home, but also in the continent. I'm also pleased, colleagues, that the platform continues to grow in leaps and bounds. It is thus my hope that we will take the opportunity not only to engage President Mbeki, but to take heed to his invitation around optimizing the assets and value propositions of universities as learning horizons. And therefore, I'm not marketing for TM School, but I'm asking you, if you're not registered in any university, you must ask the question. You're already in ZK Matthews Hall to speak with President Mbeki. Perhaps you have to write your thesis on the engagement process, and Unisa is available for you. And by these words, colleagues, I mean registration is open. We like to engage with the President. We like you to engage with the President, but we think it will even be better if you do so through research, engage scholarship, and you form yourself as a global citizen in the knowledge arena. Welcome to Unisa. I say this with confidence because just 2 days ago we received from the Web of Metrics that Unisa is ranked number 7 in the country. We would like to be top 5, but we're happy to be number 7, I think. And we are told in terms of the global universities that participated, we have moved last year from 793, we are now in the 730. So we would like to get into the 600. I'm giving you great news so that when you discuss all the complexities, at least there must always be a sense of hope. I'm getting to the second part of my responsibility, which is now my honor to introduce to you His Excellency President Dr. Thabo Mbeki, the Chancellor of the University of South Africa and the patron to the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. I am sure that you all know President Mbeki. But sometimes I'm not sure that we all know with depth some of the interesting aspects around his journey, his work, his interests. And let me give you a few. President Thabo Mbeki is a thought leader who remains close to visible leadership. His profile as an intellectual, policy shaper, and mediator has been built over time and over a lifetime of many important accomplishments. He's an avid reader who dabbles in poetry. His speech, I Am an African, being one of these examples of his use of poetry to deliver a very strong message of what it means to claiming our ontologies, what it means to be human, our philosophies, our sciences, and appreciation of ourselves as humanity intersecting with our geographic but also our cosmic environment and its pluriversal implications. He joined the African National Congress Youth League in 1956 at the age of 13 and left South Africa for exile in 1962. So if you're 25 and you're not actively engaged in politics, others will shape the future for you. You will not be your own agent, and take a cue from his journey. He spent his early years in exile studying in Britain and obtained a Master of Economics degree at the University of Sussex in 1966. Unisa awarded President Mbeki, who was also its alumnus, an honorary doctorate in 1996. I think we need shine for Unisa. We've always been ahead and quite associated with the Emancipatory Project. Dr. Mbeki has served the ANC in various capacities. He served as the second president of the post-apartheid South Africa from 14 June 1999 to 24 September 2008. Dr. Mbeki has previously facilitated peace negotiations in various African countries, including Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Burundi, the Comoros, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, and many, many more. He is currently the chairperson of the AU High-Level Implementation Panel for Sudan and South Sudan, the chairperson of AU High-Level Panel on Security of the Horn of Africa, and the AU-UN High-Level Panel on Illicit Financial Outflows from Africa. In addition, President Mbeki is also the chairperson of the board of the South Center, a think tank an intellectual community of the countries of the Global South based in Geneva, Switzerland. Upon his retirement as the President of the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Mbeki set up the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, of which he is a patron, to pursue the ideals of Africa's Renaissance, and through which he undertakes various activities consistent with these ideals. I have been honored, colleagues, to learn from President Mbeki a number of things. Not only the philosophy of Africa and the intellectual thought of being immersed into being a proud African, not only because of his speech on what it means to being an African, but from cohorts of people from different walks of lives, intellectuals, intelligentsia, and others, who appreciate how he unlocked for scholarship the pride that we should have as Africans. I think it requires a sense of appreciation. An African scholar, a youth and young adult, a traditional healer, all converged to say, for a long time, we were embarrassed of being who we were because the knowledge systems of institutions such as this did not acknowledge us. But after that speech, we are decolonizing, we are Africanizing, and we are ensuring that knowledge is meaningful to our context and concrete lives. I've also learned music. There are two people who have taught me a genre of music that I knew nothing about. President Mbeki is an avid, he has this penchant of great music. If you understand jazz, if you understand classical music, if you understand poetry, and if you come to Unisa's music competitions, you just have to listen to the side that President Mbeki affirms, and you know that's the winner. We need to learn music because it is through music that our intellectual agility is inspired. President Mbeki, I'm truly appreciative. It was Professor Mafeje who first made to me the imperative of jazz. I did not understand it. I thought it was old school. And now that I'm older, I feel it is very youthful music that young people must be exposed to. The last aspect that I thought in my journey as a leader of the University of South Africa, one as a leader encounters multiplicities of complexities, opportunities, and areas of inventive spirit. It is always an asset to learn from those who would have journeyed before us. And I cannot, and without any hesitation to all of you, not extend our appreciation for the pearls of wisdoms and insights that President Mbeki, in his questions, when he wants dignity and integrity, he poses them with gentle but generous wisdom that makes us to feel comfortable to account. And I think all leaders must at all material times be committed to accounting for the decisions, actions, and intellectual trajectories that they take. We do so when we have leaders that question us. And I've seen President Mbeki, you don't just do it for us at Unisa, you do it at a national discourse in international environments. Hence, we will be having a dialogue of South Africans on what do we do with our democracy, precisely because of the questions that he asked for society. During the time of moonshotting, President Mbeki sought to moonshine the emancipatory project, highlighting the imperative for especially those of us who are sitting in positions of responsibilities and leadership to ask the questions. Are we leading these institutions with integrity, with impact, and with the benefit for society? We need such leaders who speak truth to us, even when it is not fashionable to do so, because it is only through such questions we can build society. Finally, our students should be encouraged to be thinkers and doers rather than accumulators of facts and receivers of knowledge. This must be so if they are to be instruments of change, working towards the realization of a just and consequently a stable society. These are the words that our patron, the Chancellor, and the former President constantly reminds the students. You cannot succeed if you're just a consumer. You must be an agent of change. Welcome to Unisa.
Thank you very much, Prof. Linkabula. She spoke like an accounting officer because when she speaks, then she has to give account of what Unisa stands for. And again, she also invited you to come and register at this big, wonderful university. So please do not forget that as you leave this hall today. We are now going to move to the second phase of the program, perhaps the core of the program. Now, what I'm going to do with this second phase, I'm going to invite the executive dean of the school to come on stage. I will invite Professor Linkabula, the principal and VC of this institution, to come and join us on stage. And then I'll also invite His Excellency, the former President of the Republic of South Africa, to also come and join us on stage. Thank you. You may give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Ntate Mamrowela. I know you understand protocol so much. We always rely on you. Now that we have welcomed the dignitaries to the stage, as I look to my left, I actually see two beautiful faces. And I realize that we cannot proceed with the next phase without acknowledging them. I'm going to call on to the stage, maybe this is a surprise, the two beautiful ladies who were the runners-up in the beauty pageant to come to the podium for acknowledgement. Please do so. Here they come, here they come. If you can just stand on this side so that everybody can see you. Congratulations. Thank you so much for representing us. And we know, although you were the runners-up, next time you are going to be the Miss World representing South Africa. Thank you very much. A round of applause again. All right. You may be seated. Thank you so much. The next phase of the program, I'm actually sharing it with Professor Sfiso Ndlovu. Now, Professor Sfiso Ndlovu is a very interesting man. He's an academic. He is an author par excellence. He is actually the author of the series of books titled The Road to Democracy. Professor Ndlovu is also the author of the recently published book known as the Thabo Mbeki Letters. Now, if you Google it, you realize that it may not only be trending in South Africa, but if you go up in Africa, in Nigeria, it is trending there. Professor Toyin Falola is actually reviewing the book and giving an analogy. And I'm therefore going to give a chance to Professor Sifiso Ndlovu to handle this part of the program where he is going to be taking care of the actual conversation. Prof. Ndlovu, you're welcome. Please join me on the podium. It's you alone first. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I will like to invite my esteemed guest first, yes, to come and join us. The reason why we nominated them as panelists is due to the fact that one is aware of the fact that both our Chancellor and our Principal believe in the youth of our country, and they go out of their way to support them. So they are the future intellectuals of this continent. They don't limit their support. They are not parochial. They don't limit their support to South Africans only. They support all the youth of the African continent. And for us, then, we would like to thank them for playing a positive role in terms of knowledge production, that is original knowledge production in the continent of Africa, because we do know that there are denialists, people who denialists that Africa has sound academic or intellectual project. In them, the three of them, we will showcase that Unisa is at the forefront of that production of knowledge. I would like to invite Dr. Jiva to come on stage. Sorry. Okay. And I will also like to invite Dr. Madikizela-Mandela to come on stage. I would like to also invite Dr. Nkuna. Why are you sitting away from the tin? I hope you are relaxed. Please. I think I have to explain to the audience that also I take this opportunity to the wonderful audience to thank them for supporting us and be here with us. And the way the panel discussion is organized in terms of the theme, and this is the first time that the Chancellor knows about the themes. The way we went about conceptualizing the themes was that we first focus on issues at home, and the focus will be on local government. And then Dr. Jiva will have a conversation with the Chancellor on issues about local government and the challenges that we face. Then the second focus area will be the African continent, because we didn't want to be parochial. That's because the event is very challenges that we face. Then the second focus area will be the African continent, because we didn't want to be parochial. That's because the event is held at Jerusalem and everything should be on South Africa. So we will be dealing with gender issues, and then Dr. Matebese Nonchulwane will be the leading person in terms of having conversation with the president. The last one, the last focus area, the theme is on peace and conflict resolution. Our focus areas are both East Europe, that is Ukraine and Russia, and also the Middle East in terms of what is taking place in the Middle East. So we're focusing on geopolitics and international relations. So our leading panelist will be Dr. Nkono. He will be having a conversation with the Chancellor. So maybe I want to negotiate with the Chancellor here whether do we first begin with the first theme on local government. After having the conversation, after answering the questions, we move in to the second one on the continent, because it's a different theme on gender. And then after that, we'll go to the third theme. If not, we can have the conversations at the same time. It's up to you, Ame. If you can propose to us, what do you prefer? What do you prefer, Chancellor? At the same time. Then the first speaker, can we have a speaker? Will be Dr. Jiva. Give it to her. Yeah. Or she can come. Oh, yeah, at the same time. It means we have to have 3 microphones. So I don't mind one of them. One of them can come up here. This will be the third one.
No,
Dr. Jiva?
They'll share and...
Or they will share, yeah. You are the first one. You're first one.
Okay, no pressure. My name is Dr. Jiva. I am a professional town and regional planner. I've graduated from the Northwest University, and I have lectured and researched for various national institutes around the world. I'm currently a postdoc at the TM School.
Dr. Jiva, can the audience hear? Yeah.
Can you hear? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Zakira Jiva. I am a professional town and regional planner. I graduated from the University of Northwest, and I have researched and lectured at various institutions nationally. My specialization is special administrative reform and dysfunctional municipalities. So, for the panel, the first question that I have, if I could pose it. In 1988, it is well known that the country went through reform. We had rapid urbanization out of the rural areas into the urban areas. And this introduced a triple challenge of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. Right? During that time, we were also going through a political reform. And government then had to face on how are we then going to recreate our cities to be inclusive and equal. One of the questions that I have through my research is, could you guide us to the thinking process and the background conversations that were going on during that time that decided we're going to have integrated municipalities that were going to be based on functional linkages and only 9 provinces? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. The question, I'm going to repose the question. If the president, the former president, could please take us back to the background discussions that were taking place during the interim phase, 1993 to 2000, on what was government thinking during that period on how they should spatially administer or spatially reform the country. And spatially reform, I mean, how are you going to integrate the group areas within the urban areas to create municipalities? Okay, all right. Once we have those answers, the second question that I would like to pose is, in 2000, we had integrated municipalities based on the Municipal Demarcation Act, Structures Act, and Systems Act, right? However, we also had rapid urbanization being experienced during that period. I would like to understand, how is it that government was experiencing it and addressing those challenges in light of bottom-up planning? So we had policies in place, we had technical space, but we also had bottom-up planning. And that created a different dimension to the complexities that we were experiencing. How did we then address those complexities during that period? The complexity is rapid urbanization and bottom-up planning. Right, okay, and the third question is, over the past 10 years, the Auditor General has published reports that reiterated the dysfunctionality of our municipalities and the deterioration of the administration, right? We currently do not have a plan on how we're going to overcome that. What would you suggest would be the way forward to avoid us from totally collapsing? Because currently we're experiencing 89% dysfunctionality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Facilitator. My name is Koliswa Madikizela-Mandela. I'm a postdoctoral research fellow at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public Affairs and International Affairs. I obtained my PhD from the University of Pretoria in 2020, focusing on the legislative role of oversight of SCOPA in promoting accountability in South Africa's public sector. My research interests are in the areas of legislative oversight, governance, accountability, corruption, public administration, and gender-based violence. I am a survivor of gender-based violence. My story is narrated in my autobiography titled I Kept on Crying. I note that Thank you. I note that the bill on gender-based violence was signed into law in May 2024, Mr. President. In light of that, my first question to you, Mr. President, how are we as a country going to ensure compliance given the lack of capacity in terms of knowledge, skills, and appreciation of the consequences on women and society? Of course, by that, I do not mean men are not victims. I simply emphasize on the majority of victims. My second question is informed by my assertion that women are powerful agents of change. However, Africa has not experienced African women leadership in a significant way. For instance, we have experienced around 21 African women presidents and prime ministers since independence. In countries such as Malawi and Liberia, we have seen women presidents and prime ministers. It takes to elect a woman president in South Africa. I am asking this question, Mr. President, well aware of the statement made by former President of South Africa, former Deputy President of South Africa, Dr. Phumzile, that, I quote, "A woman's place is wherever she wants to be, not just in the kitchen," close quote. The third question, Mr. President, speaks to gender inequality as a missing link towards African Renaissance. Considering that women are a majority in most African countries, yet they are generally overlooked as key players, can any society realize its potential while women are not equal partners in development? I submit. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bongani Muhlurinkuna. I recently graduated my doctoral degree. My focus area is South Africa's foreign policy approaches, Russia-Africa related studies, and BRICS studies. So one amongst my niche areas for my thesis, my doctoral thesis, was a comparative analysis study of former President Jacob Zuma's foreign policy approaches with the incumbent Cyril Ramaphosa's foreign policy approaches. However, I used the patron's engagements in terms of foreign policy and internationalization to build up on my arguments of my thesis. So let me jump straight to the business of the day. Mr. President, I hope you are paying attention to what recently happened. I will start off in Ukraine, 2022 February, where Vladimir Putin, the Russian Federation president, decided to invade Ukraine based on territorial integrity. So what happened is that the invasion of Ukraine, it polarized or it revoked what we call the politics of the Cold War. So it introduced a geopolitical dynamic where we experienced what we experienced during the Cold War, where we had two blocks. So amongst the two blocks, we had the West and then what we call the Global South states. And then these constitute what we call the politics of solidarity. So my first question is, are you in support of South Africa's position of non-alignment or non-aligned position towards the Russia-Ukraine war? Okay. So I will jump next to the case study of Palestine and Israel. So the issue we have here, it's the issue of international institutions such as the United Nations and the International Criminal Court, the establishment of these institutions. So when United Nations was established after the devastating wars, 1945, one of its core principles was to propel a harmonious international system that has peace and security and promotes social and economic development. So in 1998, when the Rome Statute was established, which later established the International Criminal Court, which you were part of the presidency at the time, and then equally you just spearheaded the formation of the African Union in 2002. South Africa became one of the first African signatories of the ICC. So, which begs the question in terms of the Israel-Palestine issue. When we compare what happened or what is happening in Ukraine and what is happening in Gaza, the application of international law is unequal. So my question is that what is the lasting solution in terms of establishing a resolution, a peaceful resolution in Palestine? So I can give you a hint. Can they adopt a So they can they adopt a two-party state system, a one-party state system, or will they prefer an international mediation where the likes of ICC, United Nations are involved? So last but not least, what are the implications of South Africa withdrawing its membership or prospects from the IEC? I have so many questions, President, but for the purpose of time and your response, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
As you can see, these questions were asked by postdoctoral students. That's why they are very difficult. I don't know where we start. The Soviet Union, I'm starting with the last. During the Second World War, the Soviet Union lost at least 20 million people, 25 million people during that war, maybe 30 million. As you can see, this was an enormous sacrifice in the struggle to defeat Nazism. Of all of the countries that were involved in that war, the Soviet Union is the one that lost the greatest number of people. Therefore, there is a great sensitivity. The Soviet Union is no more, but talk now about the Russian Federation. A very great sensitivity about issues of war and peace. Because I'm saying of the sacrifices that the country made during the Second World War. Winston Churchill raised this thing. It was strange that it was him. But as they were building the EU, what became the EU, Churchill raised this matter and said, you Europeans who are working on what, as I say, became the European Union, be mindful of the fact that the security of the Soviet Union is very important because of the losses they suffered during the war. Now, I'm mentioning that because when at some point, as the Soviet Union was about to collapse, issue of the normalization of the relations between when Gorbachev was still at the head of government state in the Soviet Union, in its discussions with the West, with Reagan and others, question of relaxation of tensions between these two camps and so on arose. And in the end, one of the decisions that was taken was that there would be a unification of Germany, the two Germanys. And the commitment that was then made by the Western countries that the West Germany would remain part of, Germany would remain part of NATO, but NATO troops would not go anywhere east. So that even if the East Germany becomes part of Germany, you would not have NATO troops there. It relates to the matter about the sensitivity about the security question of the then Soviet Union. But in the end, that agreement between the East and West about the NATO borders not going anywhere further east, that matter changed. So that in the end, the question then arose. Even in 2008, there was some NATO conference where a resolution was taken to say that even a country like Ukraine and Georgia, which shared borders with the Russian Federation, were perfectly at liberty to join NATO. Putin raised, there was you would remember the Munich Security Conference takes place in Munich on security. Putin raised this matter in 2007 to say that the security of the Russian Federation was very important, and countries of the East and West must handle this matter, bearing in mind that there are security concerns of that kind. To cut a long story short, when the conflict that you referred to, you talk about 2022, it's around this question where the Russian Federation are saying they would never ever agree that you would have NATO troops in Ukraine on their border. Because I'm saying of this preoccupation with this matter of security. The Russians, the Soviet, the Russian Federation offered all sorts of solutions to NATO, to the US, about how this matter could be handled. But there was an insistence on the NATO side that the Ukraine had every right to apply for membership of NATO. So you then end up with a situation where NATO troops would sit on the border of the Russian Federation. That's what caused the war. But that war had started not in 2022. It started in 2014, when the then the democratically elected president of Ukraine was removed virtually by coup d'etat. You'd remember the way the Western countries welcomed that change. That then the conflict broke out with the eastern provinces, what is the Donbass now, of Ukraine, refusing to accept that coup d'etat, that change of government. So the war started then. You would have seen the statements made by Angela Merkel and Francois Hollande 2 years back, where they said that, you remember there was negotiations at Minsk to resolve the conflict that was taking place in eastern Ukraine. And the Minsk agreement was agreed. Both Angela Merkel and Hollande said that actually that was, they did that in order to buy space for the government of Ukraine to arm itself. They're not genuine about that agreement. So in 2014, the NATO countries then pay attention to this matter of building up the military capacity of Ukraine. So in the eyes of the Russians, the reason you are building up the capacity, military capacity of Ukraine is to make sure that indeed you can then impose this thing about the membership of NATO. With a strong military Ukraine that can defend itself. So in the end, the Russian Federation felt that if the only way to stop that process, which would lead to Ukraine becoming a member of NATO and the placement of NATO troops on the border of Russia, was indeed to start the military operation in 2022. That is why around this whole discussion of this matter, this issue about multipolarity has arisen very sharply. Because it is about this issue. There's a matter that's not discussed very often here with regard to this issue. It is what is called in the US the Wolfowitz Doctrine. Paul Wolfowitz, a Republican, at some point he made a proposal. It was after the collapse of the Soviet Union, that the US should never allow that any country in the world should be so influential that it threatens any interest of the US. And the paper leaked that proposal, and it was attacked even by the New York Times. This is too imperialist and all that. But that concept has never left US national security policy. So that is why you would find a lot of people in the United States will say the war in Ukraine was in fact a U.S. war against Russia, using the Ukrainians. The purpose was to defeat the Russians so that it's like they want to defeat the Chinese, to make sure there's no power in the world, as Wolfowitz said, who would challenge the interests of the U.S. I'm saying that is why you find the discussion about multipolarity. Now, our country takes a position that it is non-aligned. It's correct. It's a correct position. It's not aligned with Ukraine. It's not aligned with Russia on this matter. And they are saying that to be a peaceful resolution of this issue. And that resolution cannot avoid discussing this matter about a multipolar world. Because it lies at the heart of the conflict in Ukraine. The Russians would never, ever agree that Ukraine should become a member of NATO. I am saying, bear in mind, these are people who lost 25, 30 million people during the Second World War. And I don't imagine NATO will want to change its position to say anybody who wants to apply for joint membership of NATO, they are free to do so. So in the end, I'm saying this conflict, my view, is that this war in Ukraine can only be resolved, ended, in the context of a discussion about this multipolar issue. The positions taken by the South African government about non-alignment between the two belligerents is fine. It's correct. But in the end, the solution has got to be between the true belligerents. Yeah. I hope that answers your question. We support, I'm talking now about the ANC, we supported the proposal about a two-state solution with regard to Israel and the Palestine question. This was in support of a position that had been taken by the PLO as a representative of the people of Palestine. You would remember that there was a conference in Oslo some years back, which was between the Israelis and the Palestinians to discuss what to do about the conflict between the two of them. It's out of that conference that there was a decision, okay, let us then have a two-state solution. And as part of that process of forming a two-state solution, the establishment of the Palestinian Authority. I'm saying we supported that proposal about the two-state solution because that was the proposal of the Palestinians themselves. We said we agree. We support your position on this. You remember we had, there was a proposal here for a two-state solution also here, which we refused. You remember they wanted, some of the Afrikaners wanted a folk state. So there must be formed a folk state somewhere in South Africa. So we have that state and then you have South Africa. We said no. But I'm saying in this case, when the Palestinians themselves said the two-state solution, we said we'll support you. Practically what has happened with regard to that is that, this thing that they talk about, facts on the ground. Effectively what has happened is that the possibility for the establishment of two states, I think, has ceased to exist. Because of the way the Israelis have handled this matter. If, for instance, you take the occupation, the settlements on the West Bank, practically the physical possibility for the establishment of two states, I think, has ceased to exist. And recently you saw what the Prime Minister Netanyahu has said, that in any case he is opposed to a two-state solution because you can't establish, he says, by definition, if you had a Palestinian state, sovereign and all that next door, it would be hostile to Israel. So he said quite plainly they are against a two-state solution. And as part of the reason, the approach towards this conflict in Gaza of the Israelis has been to, if we can chase away these Palestinians to go and live somewhere else, it'd be better. So that Gaza then becomes part of Israel. I think the possibility practically for the two-state solution at the moment is not possible. And yet we can't continue to allow the situation where the rights of the Palestinian people are disrespected. So we're stuck with a conundrum. You will have seen as in the most recent decisions, for instance, of the International Court of Justice, where the International Court of Justice have said that these settlements, for instance, on the West Bank, are illegal. The occupation of what was Palestinian land post-1948 is illegal, according to the International Court of Justice. But the Israelis are completely ignoring whatever the ICJ says. So I'm saying we're stuck with a situation where the rights of the Palestinians are not being addressed, and the possibility to address them in the context of a two-state solution, I think, ceases to exist because of the behavior of the Israelis. So what is going to happen? I think we're in a situation of a conflict which won't end. And I think any attempt to persuade the Palestinians not to fight for their rights will fail. So the Palestinians will continue to fight for their rights. And I imagine the Israelis will continue to talk about self-defense. So what is to be done? I don't know. I really honestly don't know. I think we should ask the Palestinian colleagues need to answer that question. One of the unfortunate things that has happened, it seems to me, you've had a virtual disappearance of the PLO. So, who speaks for the Palestinian people? That becomes a question. The People's Republic of China has just done a very, very good thing of convening all of the Palestinian factions in Beijing and saying to them, you must come together as a people and pursue. So there's an agreement among themselves, the Palestinians, reached in Beijing, that they will then come together and maybe reconstitute the PLO or whatever decision they take. Because at the moment, we don't have this one voice of the Palestinians to pose this question that you are posing to me, to say to them, what is your future? What do you say about yourselves? Gaddafi, for many years, Gaddafi said he was against this two-state solution because he thought it'd never work. Let's have a one-state solution. so that the Palestinians and the Israelis, everybody, the Jewish community and the Palestinians, they get together and live in one country as we live in one country. That proposal, of course, would be unacceptable to people like Netanyahu. We've seen the attempt to define Israel as a Jewish state. You've got Palestinians who are Israelis. But they want to attach this particular description to Israel if they can, as Netanyahu is saying, if we can chase away all of these Arabs in Gaza and in West Bank and take over these territories. That will be his solution. So I'm saying, colleagues, I think hopefully the Palestinian leadership will tell us what it is that needs to be done in this situation. Because the answer to that question is not very easy. The situation definitely on the ground is against the notion of a two-state solution. We all repeat the call for two-state solution, but in practice, I think the possibility to bring it about is not there. And as I've said, Netanyahu has said, in any case, over his dead body, there will be no two-state solution. And as far as I know, we are not about to withdraw from the ICC. The position I think that we've taken, which was that we should act on the matter of the ICC together with the rest of the African Union. And what the African Union was about was not withdrawing from the ICC, but changing various parts of the Rome Statute. And I think that is the South African position. The matter about the gender issue is correctly raised. Some time back, I was asked to speak at the University of Venda on this question. And the central point I tried to make there was, there's a critical matter that we face as a government, and I think as a country, which is called gender mainstreaming. That to deal correctly in a manner that's going to produce the results that we need, we have to engage in this gender mainstreaming. I give you a simple example. Because I was talking at a university, I used a university example. Take women lecturers. Because they are women, they get pregnant and give birth to children. So during this impacts their capacity. At some point, you got to take maternity leave. It's not binding on the men to take paternity leave, but it's binding on the women to take paternity leave. And in many cases, impacts on their possibilities for promotion. Impacts negatively on that. So one university in the United States says, as part of the response to this question, as part of the response, they will establish a creche, a kindergarten, on the grounds of the university, so that this woman lecturer who's given birth to a child does not have to drive home for breastfeeding. and they are losing time, but they must breastfeed at the university. I'm saying it's with particular intervention to say, mainstream the issue of women's empowerment within everything that you do. The Vice Chancellor of Unisa is sitting with us here. I don't know if this university is mainstreaming the gender question. I think it's a critically important part so that you can say, with regard to anything and everything that you do, take the question of leadership that you are raising. A part of our experience here has been, if you take elections, there's a lot of resistance on the part of the population to elect women to be their representatives. That's why the matter of quotas becomes important. For instance, in our own system here, fortunately, we've got this proportional representation system. So an organization can then say 50% of our candidates will be women. And it becomes possible then to have whatever number you get elected, 50% or whoever is elected are women. But if you had a different system, let us say you had a constituency system, first past the post and all of that, you would probably find that where you have women candidates standing for this particular constituency, that constituency, the likelihood of getting to that 50% would be very difficult. You need to look just at local government elections, where you have ward systems, ward representatives. I'm quite certain if you look at who are these councillors who get elected on the ward system, is majority men. You compensate it by using the proportional representation system by saying then on the proportional side, we'll put women candidates. So I'm back at my gender mainstreaming. Therefore, that when we do anything and everything that we do, we should say, what is the gender policy with regard to whatever it is that we're trying to do? I think this is the only way to deal with this issue. And the Pumsley is correct. I mean, the fact that you would have a woman elected as president or whatever doesn't mean necessarily that you are addressing the gender issue. This woman might indeed be president or whatever, but the condition of the woman doesn't change. The provision of clean water. I was born in the rural areas and grew up in the rural areas. There was no clean water with a tap. You had to fetch water from the river. So in our area there, some of the water would prefer you'd get a drum and then put it on a sleigh and get cattle to drag the sledge. But in many instances, you have women with buckets on the head. So when you say, let's solve this water problem, the piped water within 50 meters of every home, whatever, you make a very, very big impact on women. To take away the responsibility from women to be carrying water from the river. It might be more important than many other interventions you make. That also relates to firewood, the fetching of firewood, which in many rural areas was a women's issue. Where you say, well, let's supply electricity must be available. Fortunately, ESCOM is working well. You are addressing this issue of taking particular burdens of women. That's a process of the empowerment of women. I'm saying that's part of your gender mainstreaming. I think this is what we need to educate South Africa about. If we're addressing the matter about emancipation of women, equality, and all of that, let indeed be, I'm saying, mainstream this issue. Not an additional, this is our policy, but in addition to this, no. The gender-based violence matter. I've been saying to people that this country, for some reason, is exceedingly violent. Exceedingly violent. The levels of violence in this country against the person are too high. If you look at particular age cohort, I think maybe up to the 29 years or something, you would find that the biggest cause of death is unnatural causes. Unnatural causes, single biggest. Violence. And so if you take a particular age cohort like that, you would find the number of young men who get killed is intolerably high. Within that group, you then find women being killed intolerably high. I'm saying, therefore, my view, we must indeed address this matter about gender-based violence. But we must also address the matter of violence to create the social context within which we can more effectively address the question of gender-based violence. You can't address it. You must continue to address it. But you can't hope to produce the kind of outcome that we need to have if you don't deal with the rest of the violence in the society. You just have a look at the Stats SA figures about causes of death and mortality and all of that. You would see this thing, it stands out very clearly that the level of violence against a person in this country is much too high. And look at young men who die from unnatural causes, which is violence. Intolerably high, but the country does not discuss it, as though it's okay, it's allowed. Gender-based violence must be addressed within the context of addressing the violence in society as a whole. How do we do it? I don't know. What is it? What do we say? You know, the very first judgment of the Constitutional Court, you'd recall, was a judgment which prohibited capital punishment. A very important judgment, in my view, because it argued this new South Africa that is being born must have as one of its big values respect for life. So that even the state has no right to take away the life of anybody. Respect for life as a distinguishing feature of the new South Africa. In the practice, the opposite is true. What do we do as a society to change the public mind
so that indeed we support the position that was taken by the Constitutional Court about the value of human life. I don't know. Maybe our postdoctoral students would know the answer to this question. But it's a serious question. The violence in the society, in the context of which you have this gender-based violence, what do we do? And if you look at even just a week, last week or something, the police were giving the crime statistics for whatever quarter. And they talk about murder, causes of murder. And the first one is quarrels. The cause of murder. Number one is quarrels. People quarreled and killed one another. What kind of society is that? But are we discussing that as South Africans to say, how do we stop this? There's no such discussion. So that problem is not going to be solved. The gender inequality, as I was saying, I really think that the strategic decision has to be about this gender mainstreaming. When we're discussing what kind of South Africa do we want, this was in the context of CODESA and in all of that. One of the issues that became a big issue of discussion in the movement, in the ANC I'm talking about, was this provision in the Freedom Charter which says, the people shall govern. And so we're saying right now we have this possibility now to draw up a constitution. How do you express that? How do you give effect to that vision, the people shall govern? That is why you have the current system of local government. Because the view was the sphere of government closest to the people is local government. It is at that level that you must give expression to the notion the people shall govern. And you know all of these things that were decided. That I, as a candidate councillor, standing in a ward, I must have an IDP, a development program for my ward, which I discuss with the people in the ward, so that the population intervenes in governing itself. Or the ward committees. Or constituency committees that were supposed to meet, and the people are. It even says that actively the municipal government must encourage NGOs to participate in this thing. Civil society must feel engaged in this process of the people shall govern. I'm mentioning this because this was a primary area during the period you're talking about. This is a primary issue to which we focused. Let's construct a system of government which gives effect to this notion, the people shall govern. Where shall we do it? Let's do it at the municipal level. as you and I know, it's not working. When we used to do izimbizo, go around the country, one of the major complaints you'd file in all localities is that these councillors that we elected, we only see them once a year. We elect them, they vanish, they'll come back when they want to be elected again. Completely contrary to what the way the system is set up, even by law. I'm saying that was the focus. The issue that you are raising about effectively ending the system of group areas, liquidating it, deracializing spatially the country, fundamentally a question of what we do with regard to the economy. It's in the context of dealing with what you do with this economy that you deal with that issue. We don't have time to discuss that. I'm talking about the economic reconstruction of South Africa. But it was in that context that I would say that there will be new cities and new towns, you must then, in that context, make sure that the apartheid special something does not persist in the new areas. But it's conditional on what you do with the economy. You can't resolve it outside of that. That remains a matter that is outstanding, and I'm saying can only be resolved in the context of the restructuring of the South African economy, which is a task that continues to face us. There is the government has been talking for some years now about the outgoing government, not the GNU. Has been talking about the district development model. That this is what is going to resolve the matter about the dysfunctionality of municipalities. That let's do this DDM. When we grew up, there was Mswayan, the traditional medicine. They would call it Uzfozonke. And then we would translate it as all diseases. The district development model as a kind of Uzfozonke. There is a committee here. It's called the Presidential Economic Advisory Council. That Presidential Economic Advisory Council produced a report in 2020. It's on the internet, on the economy. But the important thing about that report is that it devotes a good part of that report to this matter of the district development model. And to tell you the truth, my estimation is that that's the only presentation there is in the country about what it should be, the DDM. It's in that report. For instance, they will say, the metros, no, let me start somewhere else. The Development Bank, the Southern African Development Bank, is one of the major financiers of local government. And finances also the metros. That should be discontinued. Because the metros have got enough strength even to raise money on their own. They can go into the capital markets and raise a bond and get some money. So there's no need for the development bank to be financing the metros. So the development bank must finance the district municipalities. And because it will be putting in significant money in the municipalities, and it must make sure that those district municipalities have the capacity to spend the money properly. So that the bank itself, in order to ensure that the money it gives is properly spent, makes sure that the municipality has got the capacity to manage and utilize its funds. Now, there are many practical proposals in that report of the Presidential Economic Advisory Council on the District Development Municipality. I've been trying to say to all of these people of ours in government, read that report. Read the section because it's so very clear to answer the question that you're asking. What do we do about these dysfunctional municipalities? You see, even if we look at the financing, the revenue sharing system, you have a lot of municipalities which can't finance themselves. So the Constitution will describe various tasks that fall within the sphere of government, but completely impractical, because they don't have a sufficient revenue base to add to whatever comes from the national fiscus. These are things that need to be changed. You find a discussion of that in this chapter. So I'm saying that there is a document which belongs to the President, because this is his advisory council, which deals in detail with what do you do to address the matter of dysfunctionality of municipalities. But I don't think our people in government have read it. I must ask the President whether he's read it. I'm not so sure. So the ideas are there. The ideas are there about how to deal with that dysfunctionality. Bottom-up planning, but bottom-up, I was saying that in terms of planning, at the municipal level, it's in the law, it's a requirement. That when you go down to having a development plan for a ward, so that the council when it's constituted, puts all of those plans together and says, what do we do? But it's not happening. Part of the reason is that we made a mistake. Again, I'm talking about the ANC. When came 1994, what happened was you took your best cadres and sent them to national government. Your next layer, provincial. Your next layer, local government. You should have reversed that. Your best cadres should have been at local government. Because that is the one that's closest to the people and where this development takes place or doesn't take place. At some point we realized that and said, this is a mistake. So you remember, you might not remember this, somebody like Ambima Sondo. When our reason Ambima Sondo became mayor of Johannesburg, we pushed him out, pulled him out of parliament and said local government. We're beginning to reverse this so that in terms of cadre development that Helen Suzman talks about, we develop some of the best cadres at the local government level so that you change the quality of leadership in that way. But the 2021 local government elections, the ANC decides that It will set up structures to determine who should be in those municipalities where we win. These national structures will participate in the process of selecting the mayors. It was to address this leadership issue. Now, as you know, we may know this. The ANC has got a leadership school, a political school, or Tambo school to train in leadership and all of that. And modules, and you finish modules, you get a certificate and so on. So the local government elections take place in 2021. And each of the municipalities where we win people are asked to supply a short list of 3 people from whom a panel will choose. We'll choose one to address the leadership issue at that level. And one of the things they discovered, so me, I'm in that short list. And one of the things I say about myself, my CV, is I finished 6 modules at the Oliver Tambo School. Which means I'm a well-trained cadre. And then the panel starts asking me questions, which are in those modules. And I can't answer them. And the reason is because what I do, I ask Puleng Lengabul to become Thabo Mbeki, to do these 6 courses. She does them and she passes in my name. And I pay her 5,000 rand. I'm telling you practically what's happening. So that when Thabo Mbeki appears before the panel, he's got a certificate of qualification. But he can't answer the questions that were discussed in the modules, because it's Puleng who did the course. This is part of I'm trying to answer your question about dysfunctionality of municipalities. It's of various kinds. The political leadership at the municipalities is a serious problem. And from that flows all manner of things. Why are so many of these municipalities getting these negative Auditor General reports? There was one minister of Kokta who wasn't there, but I'm told he said at an NEC meeting that in reality the funds transferred from the central fiscus to local government can do a lot to address its challenges of service delivery. The problem, he said, I was sitting in a meeting of the NEC, he said, the problem is this money that's allocated to this municipality. Some of it disappears into the pockets of my comrades who are sitting in this meeting. It disappears into pockets of people who are in provincial government. By the time it gets to local government, it's a fraction of what was originally voted. These are some of the practical matters that have got to be addressed with regard to changes in local government. But in terms of ending the apartheid system of spatial distribution of population, I'm saying that is very critically part of the issue of what we do with regard to the restructuring of this economy. Professor Ndlovu, that's all the questions. Local, gender, and international. Thanks.
There's something I want to say. We have a problem, so I have to negotiate with the VC. Officially, the program is over. It's over, it's 3 minutes to closure. But we are opening to the floor now. We're opening questions to the floor. So can you take us to our, because it says, no, yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the President. Again, let us also acknowledge the PDFs, our postdoctoral fellows, and I'm also going to release them from the stage now. Thank you so much. We're now moving in to the last phase, which is to take questions from the floor. Now, as we take questions from the floor, be mindful of time as well. The President was very graceful to say, let's extend. But keep your questions very short so that we can try and squeeze in as many questions as possible. So, in the whole venue, I'll make sure that each section has an opportunity. And I'm now going to take those questions. The first round, I see a hand right at the back. You'll be the first. Say you'll be the second. You'll be the third. You'll be the fourth. Ma'am, you'll be the fifth. That will be the first round. Brief, very crisp, to the point. Thank you. We're starting there.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Zizi Masbongo Guti, you are still well and very sharp. We really appreciate you pouring into us as you always have. My name is Kawega Zikumalo. I am from an organization called Swazi Lives Matter Global Solidarity Movement. And of course, I'm going to ask a question that relates to the issue of Swaziland. And because of time, I'm going to be very short. And it's unfortunate that, the platform, because of time again, is not going to allow one to really ask the question. We've spoken about foreign policy of South Africa. We've seen South Africa's intense support insofar as solidarity is concerned. And we know the historic, ties of South Africa and the liberation movement. And that includes the role that Emaswati themselves, not the royal family, played in the liberation of South Africa. Today, we sit with constitutional impunity that has continued for more than 40 years in Swaziland. We have 2 MPs who have been recently sentenced to 68 years because they've asked for political reforms in Swaziland, which is a stone drop away from South Africa. We also have a prominent human rights lawyer who was murdered last year. A case that has not been solved, but we have not seen nor heard so much from South Africa. And Zizi, when you answer this for me, it's a plea from me. Don't answer it because I'm asking. Answer it because Emma Swati back home are asking, what is it that we are not doing? What is it that we should be doing for us to at least have the support? And the support in engagements like this, it is so difficult to engage on the issue of Swaziland. That will be my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question.
Thank you very much for giving me I'm going straight to the point for the time. My name is Saidi, and I'm an African. I work with local community in the DRC, in the east of DRC. And my question is going straight to ask about the effectiveness and coordination of all the multiple bodies that they are working in the DRC. When I'm talking about MONUSCO, I'm talking about East Africa Community, and now the SADC. So my question is, given the presence of all these multiple international and regional forces in the DRC, how can their efforts be better coordinated to achieve lasting peace? And what are the main challenges hindering the effectiveness of this peacekeeping mission, and how can they be addressed? And the last one is, given South African position as a regional power, how can it be influence the dynamics between the DRC and neighboring country? I'm talking about Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda. We all know about the root cause. I don't want to go back to the root cause, but how can this be addressed through regional cooperation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, just a reminder, be as brief as you can.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Hansi. I'm a student here at the campus. President Thabo Mbeki, last year around this time when we sat for this discussion with the students, one of the questions came to ask, what is your view regarding the onslaught by the construction mafia? And I remember vividly, your answer was correct when you said this is purely a criminal matter. Do you still hold the same view, given the recent pronouncement about their activities and the causes that they are doing in our communities, that this is purely a criminal matter? At what stage do the citizens believe that the police are still in charge of the situation? The second question, Mr. President, what do we as the South African voting public make of our politicians? Today when they campaign, they'll be saying so-and-so is allegedly corrupt, but the following day, they'll be in the same bed with those politicians. In this case, I'm making a reference to the former DP of the EFF. Lastly, not just him, but just in general, other politicians. Lastly, Mr. President, what is your view regarding the government of national unity? Is this good for the survival of the African National Congress, or is just following the situation as it's happening? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is here, right in front of me.
Yes, Mr. President, an observation which you may want to touch on now and give us your thought pattern on it, or defer for the next conversation. The next thing is a glorious nugget about you that has not even been published anywhere, even for, I would say it for benefit of the students who are gathered here. I was Deputy High Commissioner in Pretoria from 1998 to 2003 when the Sun City Agreement, which you oversaw, came to an end. Your friend then sent me to DR Congo as ambassador to follow the implementation. As I was living in Pretoria that 2003, the economy of South Africa was larger than Nigeria, Egypt, and Kenya combined. And you were still president into your second term with that record. I am not in a position to ask what happened. But we will need your thought pattern for the emulation of other African leaders on how to bring good governance and inclusiveness for the benefit of their citizenry, so that all these cross-border migrations will cease. Because charity begins at home. If they don't, if they don't put their control, give the basics of the primary responsibility of any government, which is welfare and security of the citizens, there will be continuous migration and unnecessary ones that may lead to all kinds of things. The nugget I want to share, the glorious nugget, is about you. I have not seen it published anywhere. After you were elected president in 1999, there was an ANC conference in the University of Port Elizabeth. Pa Govan and Ma Mbeki were present. As I went up to them to pay my respects. You were standing by their side. So I mentioned to you then and to them that of all the democratically elected presidents, that only you and President Bush had both parents alive and present to witness that glorious milestone. And you said to me, really? I said, yes. You said, thank you. From PhD graduations to ambassadorial and ministerial appointments, even gubernatorial, it is very rare in African parlance to find where both parents are alive to witness such events. I knew that because when we had one of the binational commissions where the foreign minister was leading a delegation, I am not so sure about the time now, but Lindiwe Sisulu was Minister of Defense and Dr. Nkosazana Zana was Minister of Foreign Affairs. She had just moved from Health. I was touched because my parents were visiting. They followed everything, ambassadorial, my doctorate and all that. So he said to me, I was going home to see my parents. So he said, are your parents still alive? I said, yes. He said that he wished his parents, even one was alive, to witness him become a minister. That it's only those that never even liked his parents that are the ones hanging around. So whatever happened with you at the time of the presidency is from God and from our ancestors. It should be noted even as a footnote when these students at the Thabo Mbeki School write about you.
Thank you so much for that reminder. The last question from the lady right at the back.
Hello,
if you
everyone.
can introduce yourself as well.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Sako Labulani, a UP student, second year UP student. So my question to the former president and to the floor at large, I have two questions actually. So my first question is, as stated by the panelists before that, we need women leaders in South Africa, or there's a need for women leaders, right? So my question is, as the parliament is progressive in terms of having women leaders in parliamentary seats, how do we translate or transfer that power that's held by women leaders to the grounds? Because we see issues of gender-based violence, women being abused. How do we translate that women being in position of power to the grounds? Then secondly, to my second question, I want to note that I am the founder of Everything Growth organization, which is an organization that deals with, or where we ought to solve SDG 4, which is quality education in poor marginalized communities. So as a youth of South Africa who's trying to create change in society, how do I network and connect the youth that I'm working with people like our former president and other prestigious guests that we have here today?
Thank you. So we will stop there, and no, for now. For now, and allow His Excellency to respond.
When, with regard to the question raised about Eswatini, at the time that there were the big demonstrations in Eswatini and that included burning of shops and so on, at that time, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I contacted His Majesty King Mswati, basically to say to him what is to be done in the light of that situation. In the context of that discussion, I said to him that I wanted to engage the people, the population, Eswatini, to find out from them what is the problem, how do we solve it. So what happened was that we then constituted a team which spoke to everybody, Eswatini, Pudemo, the EFF of Eswatini, the Communist Party of Eswatini, the trade unions, the traditional leaders, even the government, to discuss that question. What's the problem? What's the solution? Everybody responded. We put a report together about all of that. And as I'd said to His Majesty that I'd really want to listen to the population, Maswati, to hear from them what they think about their country and its future in order to come back to him. We prepared the report. I went to Eswatini to meet His Majesty, carrying the report, to engage him. Unfortunately, he felt very sick while we were there. He got very sick. And then he was, I believe him, he actually got sick. I left the report, and then to cut a long story short, I saw him quite recently to say to him there is this outstanding meeting between him and me, because I still owe him that report. So he has agreed. So that's the next going to happen. I'm saying this to say, I'm talking about our own intervention. We are doing this thing from the position of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Indeed, very conscious of the role that Amaswati played in our own liberation. As you know, I spent some time in Eswatini as part of our struggle. And I said this publicly, that our best defender was the late King Sobhuza. Really defended us against this regime, the apartheid regime. So very, very conscious of the role that Amaswati played in terms of our struggle, and conscious of the challenges that the country faces. That is our own intervention. The government side has intervened on the matter of Eswatini. There are some bilateral agreements, but mainly through SADC. I don't want to talk about that, but clearly that SADC intervention has not taken us anywhere. So what I'm trying to say to you is that therefore from my point of view and the point of view of our foundation, I've agreed with His Majesty, King Mswati, that we need to have this meeting that we had agreed, so that I can then give him a complete report of what the people of Eswatini have said to us about what the problem is and what their proposal is about how the matter should be solved. So we are not by any means, as you can see, ignoring Eswatini. It's a very practical matter. And as I say that when we constituted our team, we said to them they need to talk to everybody, including the cabinet. Fortunately, the Prime Minister then, not the current one, agreed to that, and indeed we met with the cabinet. Talked to the staff, His Majesty's own staff. So it's a comprehensive report, and I'm hoping that when we do engage with His Majesty, that will produce some movement. I'm hoping that would be. It will encourage His Majesty to respond positively to what his own people have said to us. And certainly, therefore, we will not, under any circumstances, forget about Eswatini. So that's a practical intervention that we've made, and I'm saying again, I'm hoping that it will produce the necessary results. With regard to the DRC, we have been engaged, as our colleague was saying here. We've been engaged with the matter of the DRC for many years now. When the old man, Laurent Kabila, was leading people marching towards Kinshasa, 1998, 97, both Kabila and Mobutu sent a message to Nelson Mandela to say, please intervene. That's what led to that meeting, that famous meeting which took place on a boat at Pointe-Noire in Congo-Brazzaville. That was the first intervention. And this country has then made various interventions on this matter, trying to help to find a peaceful resolution to all of the conflicts in the Congo. I can mention all of them, but that would take time, but I'm saying all of them. You remember when, after Laurent Kabila had taken over as president of the Congo, he quarreled with the people who had supported him in the neighborhood, particularly Rwanda. A war broke out. We tried to stop it, but couldn't. In the end, the following year, or 1999 or thereabouts, in the end, the belligerents met in Lusaka and concluded the Lusaka Agreement, which ended that war. The document that was negotiated, there was drafted here. We were not belligerents. We attended that meeting as observers. But because of our engagement with the Congolese matter, I'm saying we drafted the document, which became the base document, which was then negotiated in Lusaka. I'm just, again, giving that as an instance of our intervention. Even the matter that was raised about the neighborhood, after that Lusaka agreement was signed by all the belligerents, including Rwanda, Uganda, DRC, and so on, it was clear that we needed another document to discuss the relations between the DRC and Rwanda. And again, we hosted negotiations between those two countries, and they signed an agreement, 2004 or something. As a result of which the Congo, the DRC, the Rwandans agreed to pull out their troops, which were in the DRC, and the Congolese government under Joseph Kabila undertook then to disarm the Interamwe and so on, which were in the Congo, and so on. That agreement was not properly implemented. In the end, what I'm trying to suggest, the question was, why so many initiatives? What do you do about them? This is my personal view. First of all, the conflict in the Eastern Congo cannot be solved by military means. Can't be. It doesn't matter how many soldiers you put in there, it's not going to be solved by military means. That conflict can only be solved through a process of negotiation involving the population, the entirety of the population in the Eastern Congo, as well as the neighboring countries, particularly Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi. So we need a process like that. And it seems to me that the country best placed to handle that process is this one, South Africa, because of its history of involvement with the Congolese. It's got the necessary standing, it's got the necessary credibility, and it's got all of that. And that all of us, the region, the government of the Congo, the region, must come to this conclusion together. There can be no military solution. Therefore, there's got to be a negotiated political solution. And South Africa, please lead us. That's my suggestion. And I think it would work. Otherwise, as you said, SADC has deployed troops there. And the mandate is to assist the government of the DRC, to establish peace and security in the Eastern Congo. That's the formal mandate of the SADC group. That's why they send soldiers to assist the government of the DRC to establish peace and security in the Eastern Congo. It doesn't need soldiers. Peace and security in the Eastern Congo will come about not because of guns, but will become of a political intervention. And I'm saying I think the South African government is the one best placed to facilitate a process like that. As my colleague you would know, the issue in the Eastern Congo is very complex. People only talk about the M23 and don't even relate the M23 to Rwanda. They don't relate the M23 to the Banyamulenge in the Eastern Congo. Raise questions about the Mai Mai in the Eastern Congo. Raise questions about other groups like in Bunya and all that. It's a very complex situation that of many contesting groups in the Eastern Congo, in the Kivus. Somebody must intervene and bring all of them together and then say, let's sit together and solve this problem. And I'm saying that my view is that South Africa would be the best place to facilitate those negotiations. With the Eastern people in the Eastern Congo and the government of the Congo and the people in the neighborhood. Yeah. Whether they would agree to all of that, I don't know. But there's no other solution. Angola is quite right to be concerned about the matter. The East African community is correct to be concerned about the matter. The UN is correct to be sure, all of those people. But I think all of them, let's all of them get together and agree. We've tried many things. They haven't worked. Let's try this one of a peaceful solution. And I hope that That would help us to produce the result that we want. I must say that, to be honest about it, I have raised this matter with some people concerned to say, let's act. So I'm not only telling you about it, it must result in practical action. Otherwise, that conflict in Eastern Congo won't be solved. And it's caused too much suffering. The matter that is being raised about good governance and so on the continent is correctly raised. What I would say about that now is that we are currently, there's a discussion going on, there's a process going on the continent to prepare for the election of the new Commission of the African Union next year, in February. And as you know, part of what the AU decided was that this position of chairperson of the Commission should rotate among the regions, African regions. And so the region delegated the task to nominate the next chair candidate is East Africa. So the matter is with the East African region. What I would have expected is that the East African region would get together and say, who among us from East Africa would be the best candidate for this position of chairperson of the AU Commission? They haven't done that. Instead, you have candidates from Tanzania, from Djibouti, from Kenya, from Somalia, from where? Mauritius. 5 candidates from East Africa. Now you send all of these 5 names to the AU must decide which one. It's an incorrect approach. I'm mentioning it because it's actually a vitally important matter. Because there are many, many, many deficiencies with the current Commission of the African Union. And yet that commission has got a vital task in addressing exactly these matters that you raise about good governance on the continent. It's a body that should be the African Union. We have a whole multiplicity, I keep raising this thing, of policies. The economy of the continent, the politics of the continent, war and peace, the gender question, women's, children's rights. There are policy positions of the African Union on all of these things. But there's no leadership to make sure that these policies are implemented, and that leadership should reside in that commission. So the election of a new chairperson of the commission is a matter of vital importance for the future of the continent. But the East African region is not giving us any candidate, except a fleet of 5 candidates. That's a particular struggle that we need to engage, including the issue about the selection of such a candidate. You can't just pop up and say, my name is Thabo Mbeki, I want to be chair. Why? Why must we elect you? I'm saying the very process of the election, we were raising issues about that. That these candidates, there needs to be a particular process, transparent. All of Africa can see it. Ask this person. Ask them about the policies of the AU. What do they know? The practices and rules and regulations and all that. So that by the time you say, we hereby elect you as chairperson, you are confident that you are electing somebody who's actually going to do this practical work of making sure that the continent implements the decisions it's taken. You see what is happening in West Africa? A coup takes place in Niger. They remove whoever was president. ECOWAS decides to act against them, including up to the point of even a military intervention. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But because of the way the matter was handled, you've now got 3 countries that have walked out of ECOWAS. It has weakened that regional body. Somebody was telling me the other day that Guinea-Conakry is going to join them. But I'm saying, here's the AU. The AU has got a very important committee called the Committee of the Panel of the Wise. They ought to have seen this thing to say there's problems coming here. How do we intervene? There's no intervention. And those soldiers are raising a very important point. Apart from carrying out coups, they are raising an important point. To end the neo-colonial relationship between France and these African countries. So, my brother, I'm saying that the immediate task we have is the reconstitution of the Commission of the African Union in 3-4 months' time to make sure that it provides the kind of leadership that is required. I see the ambassador here of Western Sahara. Welcome. The matter, that important matter of the admission of Morocco into the AU, that raised very important questions about the issue of Western Sahara. That issue remains unresolved. Somebody sent me some video footage just 3-4 days ago of a conference in Japan. And there you have the Japanese envoy beating up physically the representative of Western Sahara. But I'm saying there's an issue. I saw one of the African countries have now opened a consulate in this territory, which is illegally occupied by Morocco. And the African Union is nowhere to be seen, despite its own policy positions on this matter. That's why this matter about who constitutes the leadership in the Commission of the AU next year becomes of critical importance, which will address this governance issue. I hope the colleague was raising issues about the construction mafia, GNU, corruption, and so on. I hope we heard you properly. The construction mafia issue is a criminal issue. It really must be dealt with as a criminal issue. All of these people who come and pretend to say that, no, I represent this community, the community is demanding 30% of the project. No, that's not how communities operate. It's a straightforward matter. I think the police have to deal with this thing. Yeah. It raises an important issue about which there have been some positive comments about the strength and quality of crime intelligence. The capacity to decide to discover who these groups are and to act against them. Also relates to the matter about corruption, which you also raised. You know, at its conferences in 2012, 2017, 2022, the ANC took a decision, one decision for the renewal of the ANC. 3 successive conferences, renewal, renewal, renewal. It hasn't happened. You will see that in all of these conferences of the ANC I'm talking about, the ANC does a critical assessment of itself. It's in the ANC documents. You will find them on the internet. And in all of these conferences, the ANC keeps saying, the quality of our membership is declining. As a result of which you've got many people who are members of the ANC who are not ANC. Don't support his value system, his objectives, his anything. And therefore, the renewal process of the ANC must include an audit of this membership. Who are these people who call themselves ANC? There's a slogan which has become quite popular in that context, better, fewer, but better. So the ANC has to do that. I'm raising that question because you can't deal with the corruption issue without that process. I'm talking about from the point of view of the ANC. An ANC not renewed is an ANC that will continue to carry corrupt people. So the renewal process becomes a critically important part of the process of ensuring that we deal with this issue of corruption. So that's a matter that fortunately, is very much alive currently. And indeed, the National Executive Committee of the ANC actually took a decision 2 weeks back that it would actually sit for 2 days continuously to discuss this issue. What is to be done? I think everybody has understood that if you don't deal with this renewal of the ANC, you are sentencing the ANC to death. It will die without that renewal. But I'm saying that's the route to deal with the corruption issue. It's not just a law matter. Arrest whoever is corrupt. Sure, let's arrest whoever is corrupt. But we need this political intervention in order to make sure that, I think the question that was raised, the people who ought not to be wearing ANC T-shirts must not be allowed to wear ANC T-shirts. You know, the ANC took a decision about people stepping aside. If you are charged, step aside. And I tell a story of some years back, an ANC comrade who's a member of the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC in the Free State, is also an MEC in the Free State, is also a taxi owner. So a story appears that he has been involved in these taxi wars in the Free State, and people have died. You know what this comrade did? He approached the ANC in the province and even informed National to say, I'm resigning as member of the PEC of the ANC in the Free State. I'm resigning as MEC. I have not killed anybody. I will defend the matter in court. Which he did and was found not guilty. And he was saying, the mere fact that there's a popular view that I'm a murderer, it tarnishes the image of the ANC. And therefore, I must leave. So I give that example to say, he never said, I've not been charged. That's a genuine ANC member. Anyone who says, I'll only step aside when I'm charged, you must know they're not ANC members. So I'm just saying that matter is very core to the dealing with this issue of corruption. The government of national unity, I don't know what the question was about the government of national unity. But I mean, the ANC leadership engaged all of this, but shared the view that since we've got 40% of the votes, therefore I haven't got a majority to govern, let's approach all of the parties, let all of us come together and form a government of national unity and govern. And in the end, we have these 10 parties that constitute that. And we want the country to succeed, the economy to grow, crime to disappear, all of these things. And so we wish the government of national unity to succeed. And I hope all of the parties in that GNU are of that same mind, that the problems facing the country need to be solved. We have agreed, there is an agreement that there must be held a national dialogue. It's the first time that our country would be having a national dialogue. Because by national dialogue, we mean a dialogue involving everybody. The political parties, the women's movement, the youth movement, the trade unions, faith organizations, the academia, everybody. To look at all of these problems. And as President Ramaphosa says, in the end, at the end of that process, when the people of South Africa have spoken and said about this, do this, about that, do the other, that then becomes the basis of the government of the country. It's a very, very important intervention. And hopefully, that national dialogue process will then give this GNU the kind of mandate it needs. A mandate from the people as a whole to say, this is what needs to be done. So that they don't keep referring to their own manifestos. But to must refer to what the people of South Africa have said. So that national dialogue is going to be very important. The matter raised by our colleague there, I think about she raises again the question about women's empowerment. I think one of the things that needs to happen, we have to have a very clear program. When we say the empowerment of women, gender equality, practically what does that mean? You have a very, very clear program, and hopefully in this thing I'm even talking about, national dialogue, out of that comes a very clear framework as to what it is that needs to be done. So that this does not become a responsibility of particular political parties. It becomes a national task. Hopefully that should happen. And that is how, as she was saying, you might have women in position of leadership. How do we ensure that their vision gets translated into the kind of change that we want? I think we need that kind of a national framework, and there's a possibility that it can emerge. It can emerge out of this national dialogue. The issue of, which as I heard her, translated into an issue about youth mentorship. How does the youth link up with other generations? I think it's in many instances an organizational matter. Are the youth themselves organized to if I said, for instance, all right, I'm prepared to set aside every Monday afternoon 5 hours to talk to the youth. Are they organized enough to come to do those things? not as ANC youth, EFF youth, Zmang youth, and all that. That's why I'm saying that I think it's in part an organizational question. Because it is possible to address it, it is necessary to address it in the process of the helping the youth, in development of the youth. But maybe we can discuss this thing, my sister, outside and look at the practical things. How do you effect it? Because in principle, there's no objection to it. There can't be any objection to it. But practically, how is it to be done? I think that's a matter that we can discuss. Thanks. Let me take the questions myself. I see a hand here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Very quick one. Being engaged in Sudan negotiation as a mediator for, I think if my memory set me right, from 2009.
For Zimbabwe?
Sudan, I'm talking about Sudan. And what the analysis is saying, we have a war today in Sudan. How do you perceive the future of Sudan? Thank you.
What was that? Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying we are heading for another division in Sudan. The current war between the generals and the civilians, millions of civilians have been displaced. How do you perceive, based on your experience as a mediator? Thank you.
The lady at the back there.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Figile Shoba. I'm representing the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce. I personally strongly believe that the transformation of our economy will come from food security, farming, and agro-processing. We as a chamber will be supporting farmers and taking them abroad to hone their skills insofar as tech farming is concerned. But I feel that is not enough. I would like to know what can the country do from the ground, from the school level, to support farming and food security so that Africa can reduce starvation and feed the world. Thank you.
Thanks. The lady in red there.
Your Excellency, former President Thabo Mbeki, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Tiamo Mutwa. I am a graduate of Unisa, postgraduate in psychology, as well as education. And I asked this question from the educational reform. In your tenure, education was key and priority, particularly in improving access and quality. However, the education system still faces significant challenges today, including issues of quality as well as equity. What do you see as one of the most crucial reforms needed to elevate South African educational systems to a world-class standard?
Thank you. Oh? No, what was that? That gentleman there. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Zizi.
No. One more.
Being a vigilant president during your time,
That was the wrong one. It's one below.
Right. Can I continue, my president? You alerted us with many things. During your time, there was a concept of African Renaissance. Today, I don't hear any more about that. I'm Lizo Digo from Eastern Cape. Many years ago, there were industrial zones in Transkei. Those places were dead a long time ago. Was there any plan to help people of Eastern Cape who are influxing other provinces to seek for work, whereas that province today is being ravaged by extortion, hunger, starvation, you name everything that is bad. Thank you, President.
Quite right. This gentleman. We must come down here.
Your Excellency, President Mbeki, my name is Museki Mudibedi. I'm an alumni at the university. President, the project of African Renaissance is under siege. I'm saying that it's under siege if you analyze the recent elections that we had in the country, whereby the political parties that have been advocating for open borders, they've been punished, in particular EFF. The party that ran its own campaign, solely only on Mabakahambe, only. They don't talk about education, they don't talk about what they will do people for economy, creating jobs and stuff like that. But they've been rewarded. They have 9 MPs in parliament. With that said, what are we saying about this? What the South Africans are saying on the ground about this, as well as coming to linking this with towards the 2022 ANC policy conference and the ANC, whereby the subcommittee of peace and security make a diagnosis about what is happening in the country and where South Africans themselves found themselves outside the cities, outside the CBDs, because they feel that they don't have a space to live there, they don't have a space to conduct businesses there because of our people's coming from somewhere, they've taken over and stuff like that. So what is your comment about the ANC diagnostic report on peace, on the NEC subcommittee on peace and security about South Africans vis-a-vis the foreign nationals, our own brothers and sisters, but also with the analysis of the recent past elections on how people, the patterns of voting.
Thanks.
You, Mr. President.
Understood. Thanks. There's a lady here. Then the last one will be this side. The second and last one will be that side. We'll come to you, ma, and then there. Go ahead, ma.
Greetings, former President. My question is around the issue of climate change and just energy transition. And I just want to understand your views on the fact that we are implementing just energy transition in South Africa, and Africa is also being encouraged to follow. But what I want to know, because we know that Africa is struggling with poverty, unemployment, and all other issues that we all know. What is your view on our readiness as Africa? Are we ready to handle green transition and be in a position to implement just energy strategy? And also in terms of beneficiation and economic development, do you see it advancing black people in Africa?
Thanks. It's here. And then the last one will be there. Amen, that side.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Professor Paswane, Professor Lenkabule. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nonkululeko Mantula. I am a radio broadcaster at SAFM. I'm also the currently head of communications for BRICS Women's Business Alliance. I've got 3 questions, and I'll sum them up so that they are clear and audible. With regards to the BRICS structure, I've got a huge concern. The BRICS structures within South Africa are working as silos. I was recently in Moscow for the International Municipal BRICS Forum, and there were only 2 structures that I saw. And in all missions that we end up going on, I don't see cohesion amongst the structures that's supposed to represent South Africa in BRICS. Therefore, not also seeing it translating or trickling down to the communities. And I'm sure that this is not the purpose for us being part of BRICS. And I also wanted to know on BRICS, what is the role of DIRCO to ensure that we don't have these structures working in silos, that we also don't have these structures having self-enriching megalomaniacs, as we currently do have. The second one, I'm a traditional...
That's enough.
This one is very important, it's around regulation, please.
There are too many questions.
Please, just one. I won't add the third one. I'm a registered traditional health practitioner under the THP Law 2007. And currently there are regulations that have been tabled out for comments. And it seems that these regulations have not given an opportunity for traditional authorities, kings, and traditional practitioners to comment on. The comments were not even in consultations with them. So what is the role of COCTA, Traditional Affairs, and everyone else who's involved in making sure that the voices of traditional authorities, kings, and traditional practitioners are heard before tabling out such amendments to regulations? Thank you, Excellency.
What was the first one?
Thank you very much. My name is Zenon Ndaisenga. I'm a PhD student from Wits University. And originally, I come from Burundi, East Africa. My question will be short. Dear President, South Africa has used too much money for peacekeeping in Burundi from 2000 to 2010. In your evaluation, do you think that so far South Africa has reached its objectives on Burundi? So far, we are witnessing the return of one political party rule. Are you not concerned that this may be a major cause for political crisis in Burundi? Thank you.
I don't know anything about Burundi. I think.
We are conspiring not about the answers, but about the questions. On Sudan, I must put this matter delicately. We are in contact with the Sudanese players. I'm talking about Sudan, the Republic of Sudan. The belligerents, the civilian organizations, with a view to saying to all of them the same thing I was saying about the Eastern DRC. What's the problem? What's the solution? From the Sudanese people themselves. So, in brief, therefore, my brother, my response to this is that, again, I'm now talking from the position of the foundation. We are in touch with all of the belligerents, engaged with them to help to find a solution to the problem. It's clear that the initiatives that have been taken so far, like the Jeddah process with Americans and Saudi Arabia and so on, to find a peaceful solution hasn't worked. Even this last conference that the Americans convened in Geneva, the government, General Buhan, didn't attend.
So, but I'm saying we are in contact with all of these players with a view to saying, what can we do in order to assist to find a solution? And as you indicated, the one advantage we have is that we've been working, I've been working on the matter of Sudan since 2009, as you indicated, as a consequence of which we're very familiar with the country's challenges. We know quite a lot of the people there, and a lot of them know us, so we're not strangers to one another. And that is why, as I say, when we intervene and say we'll talk to everybody, nobody says go away. I can't say more than that. There will be a conference here next month, October, dealing with issues of peace on the continent. And the Sudan matter serves on that agenda. It will be discussed by the Sudanese themselves, with us here. And all I'm saying is that there is an intervention that we're making with regard to the conflict in Sudan. With regard to Burundi, I must confess, I wouldn't know what exactly is happening in detail in Burundi now. But I think that with regard to the matters that we thought needed to be addressed, the original negotiations that took place in Arusha, and Mandela inherited from Mwalimu Nyerere, the intervention when there was an agreement and we had to send troops to Burundi to protect that government, everything, the negotiations between the armed groups, the FDD and all of that, to lay down arms, all of those interventions which were necessary to bring stability and democracy to Burundi happened. And it seemed to us that we had done what needed to be done with regard to Burundi. I'm not saying the situation is okay. I'm saying I'm not sure what the situation is currently. But in terms of the interventions that had to be made then, to bring to a situation where the Barundi are in a position freely to determine their own future and destiny, that was done. We did what we could. It may very well be that with your advice, we might have to go back again and see what's happening now. But the challenges that were there then, I thought we had done our best to help to address those. But I'm saying that I think we're open to any suggestion from yourselves as to say, but the current situation in Burundi is as follows, in order to say what therefore can be done to respond to the current situation. I'm talking about the situation in the past. The issue about just transition, and the point that is being raised is correct. I mean, as developing countries, even the international negotiations on these climate issues, they talk about common but differentiated responses. That differentiation is to take into account the fact that they are developing countries. So there's no expectation that what is expected of America or France or England is necessarily what is expected of the developing countries. So I think that that differentiated response is a very important element in the international negotiations, and I think we as developing countries must bear that in mind and take advantage of that. I mean, take the situation here at home. There is no way that we can provide electricity here without relying in part on the base stations that produce electricity. That's the coal-fired stations. And indeed, what needs to happen is that those coal-fired power stations need renovation. The point that is being raised that they are very old, they are 40 years old, 50 years old, and so it's correct. And to respond to that is not necessarily to say shut it down. but to renovate it so that we do indeed have this very strong base, in addition to which you then do the renewables. And I hope the country will take that position. There's a very active discussion taking place with regard to that, to say that fortunately, as you would have seen, one of the documents issued by department before they got changed, Minerals and Energy, it distributed a document 4 or 5 months ago, which said, let's extend the life of the coal-fired power stations, which were supposed to be retired by this and that, by 10 years. It said that it's an official document of government in order to allow the space for the renovation of these stations. So that, as I say, you have this base in terms of production of electricity, to which you then add the renewables. So that would be, I'm sure, that should be our approach to this matter about climate change and this just transition. Part of what has happened, the issue that is raised about the African Renaissance, part of what has happened in the continent, and don't ask me why, is a very, very clear decline in the levels of commitment to a Pan-African perspective. You see it everywhere, it's very visible. So the matter of a renaissance of the continent, it suffers that kind of fate. When this commitment to a Pan-African perspective dies away, and people are very preoccupied with what happens in my country, which is justified, but does not mean you focus on your country to the exclusion of the continent. But I'm saying there's been a retreat from that Pan-African perspective. It affects this African Renaissance thing. It's in the leadership. It's in our political leadership on the continent. It's not among the masses of the people. The masses of the people continue to share this view that as a continent we share the same destiny. What do we do together? In that context, the matter that again raised, I hope that the national dialogue I'm talking about will address this issue, which is a matter of great debate in this country, about the so-called undocumented people. Colleagues, the people to, let me say, since the beginning of diamond mining in the 19th century, later gold mining and all of that, this country has seen lots of Africans from the rest of the continent moving to this country. The issue of many other Africans being present with us is not new. And historically, the indigenous African community has never, ever been hostile to other Africans coming from other African countries. Take the old townships, Alexander Township in Johannesburg. That township has always had people from all over the continent. With no friction, with no nothing. Historically, the African community here has never been xenophobic about other Africans. So, 2008, we're way past 6 o'clock now. 2008, all manner of trouble breaks out in Alexander Township in Johannesburg. Attack on these foreigners, particularly Zimbabweans. Then it spread elsewhere. Xenophobia, Afrophobia. So I say, when I saw that thing, I was in government, I was president. I say, but this is it's not Alexander Township. Alex for decades has had Zimbabweans and Mozambicans and this and that, and never ever this conflict. Why? There's a mistake we made as government, and not to disclassify an intelligence document about what happened in Alexander 2008. That thing was organized to drive the Zimbabweans out of the country back to Zimbabwe because there were elections in Zimbabwe. It was people who were being driven out, they were going to vote against Bob Mugabe. An intelligence report which has got the names and the dates and venues where people met and planned this and so on. It's presented as a xenophobic attack by the people of Alex against it. It was wrong. It was organized, systematic for a political purpose. I'm saying the mistake we made, we should have declassified that intelligence report. It's got the names and the dates and the venues of the meetings which are organized in order to produce this outcome. We've got many, many challenges of the economy here. Unemployment, very serious problem. Economy is in crisis. I'm a former president of this country, and you'll never ever convince me that this economy is in crisis because of foreigners. It's not true. It's not true. It's because there's certain things that have happened with regard to the economy which have produced economic crisis, resulting, among other things, in unemployment. So we've got to solve this problem. We've got to deal with this economy and deal with these problems of unemployment. At the same time, the country has got laws about migration of people. Let's enforce the laws. You can't just come in illegally. Yeah. So the thing about the registration of people undocumented is correct. But I'm saying, like we have an economic crisis, it's incorrect to think that economic crisis is caused by people who have come from the rest of the world. I'm hoping that, I'm coming back to the matter of the national dialogue, that this matter also becomes a matter of discussion. One of the things that happened, colleagues, very important in my view, is that the continent genuinely took it as one of its responsibility to help us to fight and defeat apartheid. Ordinary citizens would contribute monies to go into a common fund in order to support the struggle here in Namibia and Zimbabwe. That became a people's issue. Wherever you went around the continent, I've got Welly Lentlabo here, former ambassador. Wherever you went on the continent, 1980, 1985, the focus on South Africa among the ordinary people was very high. The consequence of it is that when South Africa becomes liberated, the same masses, they say, I'm going to South Africa. It's natural. They develop that kind of very fondness and closeness to this country. So we must go to this country. That's the challenge, the real challenge we face. It doesn't matter, I'm saying. It doesn't matter how many electrical fences you build. You are not going to stop these Africans coming here. So our challenge is to say, how do we deal with that reality? And then, my colleagues, you might also remember that a few years back, there were similar so-called xenophobic attacks in Durban. What the provincial government did there was to appoint a commission to go into that, which was chaired by Judge Navi Pillay. You'll find that report on the internet. And they deal with this question. They say the reality of the matter is, you've got many migrants coming from the continent and elsewhere who come here, and there's no way you're going to stop it. The issue is, how do we deal with these things who become new citizens of South Africa, new residents? We've got to find a way of dealing with it. And practical steps, I'm saying that Navi Pillay report is very important. It addresses this question. When we're new in government here, issue was raised about there are many Mozambicans who come across the border and get employed by the farmers in the then Eastern Transvaal, paid low wages, outcompete the South African farm workers and all that. Must deal with this matter. So we agreed, and then a big movement took place to deport these Mozambicans back to Mozambique. I think we continued that program for 2 months at best and stopped it. The reason we stopped it is because the following week after they've been deported, they are back in the country. Or you had Lindela, this place they call Lindela for people who are being deported. Come Christmas time, the Zimbabweans would go to Lindela to say, I'm illegal. So that the government must convey them at its cost, transform them back to Zimbabwe. 2 days after New Year, they are back. How do you deal with this situation? I'm saying that I'm hoping that in the national dialogue there will be a discussion of this. Because certainly, I mean, as an African, I belong to this old tradition. As in our culture, you are never ever hostile to a stranger. A visitor, a visitor who comes and get the best food in the house. It's a frame of mind. I hope that the matter will get discussed and then resolved in that context. The BRICS formation, in my view, is still evolving. It's now got new members, as you know, and it's going to get more new members. It'll have to decide for itself what it is. Is it a political formation? Is it an economic formation only? What is it? But I think it is open to discussion, the BRICS thing, in terms of that definition of itself, so that it must understand what its specific role is in terms of the global situation. But I'm sure even our government here would be very open to engagement on that issue. You as members of BRICS, who are you? What do you do? We suggest whatever. I think so. I think that BRICS holds a lot of promise in terms of the role it can play in the context of the multipolarity I was talking about earlier. It can play an important role with regard to that. The traditional leaders are one of the categories that will be invited to the national dialogue. And hopefully they will then be able to present their own case and let the nation as a whole discuss that, about the role of traditional leaders. But they are definitely going to be one of the constituencies that's invited. The issue about food security, so I really don't quite know what to say about that. Obviously an important question. The government policies, the issue that has been discussed very vigorously on the land question, it's important that it has been discussed. It raises, incidentally, the question of what has happened to land that has been redistributed to people who had been dispossessed of land since 1994. And part of what you will see is that in the overwhelming majority of cases where people have won land claims, they have preferred to take the money rather than the land. It communicates a particular message, because here, the history of land dispossession of the African community is of long standing. The result is that the attitude of the African population towards agriculture is very different from the position of the Zimbabweans towards agriculture. You find, I saw an article over the weekend, the farms that where people took the farms, they say in the majority have collapsed because of absence of support from the government and all of that. So I'm saying we need to, the matter of food security is correct. It needs to be reviewed in the light of the actual history. What has happened with regard to this thing? But I'm sure it's an outstanding matter that must be on our agenda. It's like the question about equality in education. I'm sure all of us are very unhappy about our educational system. It's not producing the kind of person that is required. People who go to university and get bachelor's degrees in sociology and so on, afterwards they've qualified, they've got certificate, but what do they do? Attitude towards technical education, the TVET colleges, even the quality of the colleges themselves. I know of a TVET college here in Pretoria, which in the past, they would train technicians and people of this kind who would be required in the automobile industry. And BMW here in Roslyn was saying the equipment they are training on is 15 years out of date. So that by the time they take them on, the fact that they've got to retrain them. So I'm saying that the question about equality in education requires a review of the educational system as a whole. The dropout rates are too high. The kind of output, what comes out of the universities, unemployed graduates, a legitimate complaint, because maybe we're training for the wrong professions. And this fundamental matter of the state of the economy. Is the economy growing enough to be able to absorb new entrants? That becomes part of the matter. But again, I think it's one of the issues that certainly will serve on the agenda of the national dialogue, this question about education in all of its elements. It's 6:15. But thanks for the questions. And okay, Chief.
Thank you, and thank you. All right. Thank you very much, especially for the patience. We extended by an hour, but I know there are questions that we couldn't cover. But we always have a next time. So next time, it will be your opportunity. Let's give another round of applause to the President. As we wrap up, I'm going to call onto the stage and David Letswalo. He is the Director, Student Affairs, Internationalization, Community Engagement in the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. I asked him nicely to give a summary of his summary. So I trust he's going to do that.
Thank you, Program Director. For the first time, I will use the concept of all protocol observed for the purposes of convenience. But allow me to greet the Chancellor of the University, former President Thabo Mbeki, the VC of this magnificent university, Professor Buleng Lenkabula, the members of MENCOM present here, and the Executive Dean of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, Professor Paswana, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to say that I'm here to unzip our hearts as the TM School for all of you to see and feel the enormity and magnitude of our gratitude. I will only use a fraction of my originally allocated time, as I've said, considering the elements of convenience and inconvenience. To the Executive Dean, Professor Paswana, we thank you so much for welcoming everyone and thus kickstarting the proceedings this afternoon. Kasipedi bari shagola moeng le ba fase ke mongae. O tloga o khonno go bea mashago a rena fase. You have simply done that with the exceptional articulation. And we also want to thank you for giving a sound overview and history of this wonderful school, the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Thank you, Prof. Madam VC, as always, powerful, riveting, and consistently insightful remarks whenever called upon to articulate yourself on any assigned task by the school, the entire university, and indeed the whole academic citizenry or fraternity. What you did today was to educate most of us with your sound knowledge about issues relating to academia and society. I have figured out that it is your trait to never take any moment for granted. Many people seem to know President Mbeki, even if superficially, and they don't go beyond African Renaissance, I'm an African speech, but not with you, Madam VC. What you did today was to essentially tell us more about who President Mbeki is in a broader context. And I want to say that most people, when you ask them, what do you mean by African Renaissance? What do you know by that speech? Not infrequently, the responses are not very much helpful. But you, Madam VC, want to thank you so voluminously for the stimulatingly helpful and informative manner in which we have introduced the Chancellor of this university, former President Thabo Mbeki. You did it with such fluency and eloquence, and I'm sure he is appreciative of that. And above all, I want to thank you for your powerful message of support for the school and the university and how you have centered this institution as the educational go-to place. Mr. Chancellor, His Excellency, former President Mbeki, we have taken a leaf from the VC to never take any moment for granted. We have unzipped our hearts for you to see and feel how much grateful we are as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, and indeed as the entire university of the University of South Africa. What you offer us, obviously, through these conversations is priceless and cannot be measured in rands and cents in pounds and euros, in shillings and cedis, or even pulas or amalangeni, or kwachas or tambalas, shilingi or naira. In as far as I'm concerned, this exceeds gallons and gallons from the deepest wells of knowledge and wisdom to cover the unimaginable distances of intellectual travel. This is far more than a masterclass, which can only be properly accessed via intellectual platforms offered only at the University of South Africa and at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. I dare say nowhere else. We thus thank you for engaging with us, students, postdoctoral fellows, and the wider audience. And you did this free of charge, Mr. Chancellor. The generosity of your time. Let's underline that. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, please allow me to thank my colleague in the TM School, Professor Sfiso Ndlovu, for the manner in which he has moderated this discussion involving the Chancellor and our postdoctoral fellows in the TM School, Dr. Nguna, Dr. Jiva, and Dr. Matebese Nochulwana. And of course, thanking Professor Mello for facilitating the question and answer session with the rest of us who participated in this session. Let me specifically thank the postdoctoral fellows for their engaging and probing contributions to this discussion. Thank you so much, colleagues. I need to point out as I conclude that this event would not have seen the light of day without the effort of the administrative and support staff in the school and the university, including the marketing team. Thank you so much. To the ambassadors and the rest of the diplomatic community gathered here, I want to say thank you so much, Excellencies. We thank you for your continued support and association with us. We cannot be the African University without engaging with you. We value you so heartily. Last but not least, I thank all of you for attending and participating in your various ways in this hall and also online. And want to also thank you for raising critical questions and intellectually sharp comments with such outstanding maturity and frankness. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely trust that you have received our message of gratitude as the TM School and the University of South Africa. President Mbeki has asked me to join me in uploading the last item of the day, and that is to thank me for rendering this item.
Well, I thought I would do the thanking him for closing, but he did it. Thank you so much. I just have one announcement. Staff and students of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, please remain behind. And lastly, I'm going to request you to stand up as we allow the dignitaries to leave the stage. Thank you so much for attending. Once they have left, we can also disperse. Thank you.
faces many challenges. Challenge to fight and defeat poverty and underdevelopment. Challenges to fight conflict and war in order to establish peace. Challenges to overcome preventable diseases and provide health for all. Challenges to address matters of cooperation, integration, unity among all of us as Africans. Challenges to master the sciences, to make sure that as Africans we are part of the fourth industrial revolution. Challenges of managing diverse societies, therefore to live up to such concepts as unity in diversity. Challenges of governance, of making sure that we would govern ourselves in a manner that respects the principle that the people shall govern. We govern ourselves in such a way that indeed we overcome the challenges that I've spoken of. It's exactly in this context, in that context, that the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the University of South Africa, Unisa, got together and agreed and decided that there must be established this Thabo Mbeki African School for Public and International Affairs. Because in the view of the university and indeed of the foundation, our belief is that the intelligentsia is a very important asset for our continent in terms of addressing the challenges I've spoken of. And therefore, here we have now this school. It is being staffed with some of the best brains on our continent, even from the diaspora, focused especially on these particular challenges to produce the people, the intellectual cadres, the intellectual combatants who are going to be able to help to empower our continent to be able to respond positively to these challenges. It's a project on which I think all of us as Africans should